Welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen. Howdy, howdy. Oh, man. It's good to be back. We took yet another week off. I am just in and out these days, I swear to God. Oh, man. It's the... It's going to get worse coming up here. Because
there's someone who's been asking me to hop on their show, but they also host on Saturdays, so I was like,
oh
yeah?
Yeah?
Sure. And said there was some days gonna be out again, so.
Oh, okay. Show,
Yeah.
if you don't mind me asking.
The Sultans.
Oh, the Sultans of Shadowley?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah, I've watched their show a few times. It's early. It's early in the morning.
Yeah.
So I've only caught a few of them, but I like it. They basically just kind of shoot the shit like we do.
Yeah, it's nice. It's cozy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was thinking, I want to wait till like a week where we're not doing this, so I'm not like super tired by the time we get to this. Because theoretically, I could fit it in the morning before KOTC.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd be fucking exhausted, so I'm thinking like I'll do it on like a week that we're not doing this, so then I can like do it, take a break, and then do the castle later.
You could pretty much pick any weekend in the middle of April.
Noted.
Because let me see. I get on what day is March 30th?
Sultan's mentioned. Whoop whoop.
Let me see here. March 30th is a Sunday.
Too tall right now.
So the 29th, we'll do the show on the 29th of March, and then on the 30th, I get on a plane, and I go to Albuquerque. And then I'm in Albuquerque for a day, and then I get on another plane on the 1st, which is a Tuesday, and that's when I'm going to Japan.
Okay.
And I don't get back from Japan until at least to here. I get back to Albuquerque from Japan on Monday the 21st. I don't get back here until Saturday the 26th. So that's basically the entire month of April.
Yeah. Okay, so April then.
So anytime in April, you're good.
I'll be sure to let them know.
Yeah. If they can squeeze you in there. Other than that, I don't have any like breaks coming up before or after that planned. But yeah. That's the month where my channel is just gonna completely die.
Yeah, it's so rough to come back from those big breaks.
I mean, it's already pretty much dead anyway. It was kind of dead out of the gate. It hasn't really. I mean, let's be real. I haven't broken 200 subs after doing this for like a year. So,
I mean,
kind of a dead channel anyway.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm joking about being a dead channel, but it's actually not, because I have news for the channel. And this is probably the best time to announce it because, because you're here, and also there's a bunch of people in chat. This is easily the biggest engagement that I get with chat every week is this show. So this is like the best place to announce it. And that announcement is I hired an editor. I now have an editor, and that editor is also going to help me do like analytics and helping with growth and helping with ideas for better engagement on the channel. Because one of the things that I realized, chat, is that all I do is this show and streaming video games, and I only do it on YouTube, and I don't really have any like chat interaction stuff like what you have, Rosa, now with like the little redeems and stuff, which means I basically have no engagement with chat, essentially. And it took me almost a year to realize this, because this is one of those hobbies where it's like I absolutely suck ass at it, but I enjoy doing it. I don't know if you have anything like that, where like it's just something you're really, really awful at, but you really love to do it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? That's what streaming is for me. Like, I suck ass at streaming, but I enjoy doing it, so I do it. So he's gonna help me. Yeah, he's gonna help me expand into other platforms. I do want to pick your brain at some point on how to do restream.
I got you.
Because I do want to expand over onto like Twitch and X, and I actually want to go to Rumble if that's possible. I actually think that
that's what people are doing as well. Restream recently added Rumble. That's something I need to like look into.
Yeah, I actually think that this show would do pretty decent on Rumble, and then even like maybe perhaps even TikTok for shorts and stuff like that. See, Mr. Cornell is already asking about the currency. It's like that's something I got to brainstorm. But I actually hope to get this booted up pretty damn soon, because I have a channel anniversary coming up in a month. My anniversary is late February. I don't know the exact date, but I want to have everything ready. He's the editor. Like, this show is already going to get clipped up by the editor.
Coins.
The Vix coins. That sounds kind of cool, actually. But Vix is female. But that's
Vix coin.
That's the third model, by the way.
Like Bitcoin, but Vix coin.
The third VTuber model that isn't even like, I haven't even contacted anybody or even thought about it, is going to be a gender bent Foxhole.
Hell yeah, dude. And I'm not gonna like, I've commissioned since before you started streaming. I've commissioned like 3 or 4 different models, and none of them are even close to done. I'm still
dude, this is the bane of our existence, is it not? It's either you know, modelers or riggers, or it's artists or whatever. It's such a fucking nightmare dealing with the, you know, just
I love them, though.
delays and not that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, I appreciate it, but it's like, it's just so frustrating.
Yeah, I get you.
It's like car mechanics or plumbers. It's like, if you get lucky and you find one that is reasonably priced and delivers on time on a regular basis and just generally behaves professionally, you never leave them. You treat them like kings and queens, and you never let them go. You know, it's like that. So
yeah, I'm just excited because like once all that stuff's done, it's gonna be like boom after boom after boom. So, like, I have a feeling it's all gonna end up lining up like relatively close together, and I'm gonna be like, damn.
Nice. Yeah, and I know what your plans are too, for the most part, and it's gonna be fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited.
So, but yeah, it's yeah. So I'm gonna be getting I'm gonna start on Twitch, obviously, and once I get it figured out on Twitch, I'm just gonna transplant that over to YouTube. You know, for like chat interaction kind of stuff. But I do, and one of the other things I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be switching up the games that I play, and the not necessarily the format. Basically, I'm going to integrate a player's choice. That's me. A viewer's choice kind of rewards kind of system. And I'm also going to basically dedicate. So I'm going to dedicate one of the 3 gaming streams to viewer's choice, which is going to have some kind of like interaction based redeem voting kind of system. And then the other 2 streams will be dedicated to what I want to play, because I realized that because what I've been doing is I have like 3 slots for gaming, and each slot gets a different game, and I just play that game on that day until the game is done. And then I realized, oh shit, I've been playing the same 3 fucking games for like 2.5 months. Like, this is a problem. So I was like, okay, I need to switch that up so there's much more turnover, so that things are more fresh and stuff like that. So those are changes that are going to be happening to the channel in the very near future. This podcast is going to be clipped up by the editor, and videos will start posting on Monday, 2 days from now. So that's happening like now, and they're also going to be helping me doing shorts as well. So I'm becoming a big boy streamer, chat. That can at least pretend that knows at least a modicum of what the hell he's doing. Oh man. But wait, what the hell? Speaking of slow model, did you see the Down syndrome prawn star for Victoria's Secret? No, Victoria's Secret.
Are you sure she does porn? I think she's just a model.
I don't know who this is.
I immediately looked it up out of curiosity.
Oh, okay.
Morbid curiosity.
Okay. I was like, huh? I know the Victoria's Secret completely like backtracked on their fat acceptance shit that they did. They did that like more than a year ago though. So because their stock like tanked and they had to close a bunch of stores and downsize because they basically like started using, you know, obese people in their marketing. It's just like, what the hell do you think your brand is? It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Not smart.
But yeah, so that's what's happening with the channel. This show, not really gonna be affected. Although this, yeah, and I'll talk to you about this behind the scenes, Rosa. But like, if there's a desire to switch up the day and time, this is like the time to discuss that, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So think about that a bit. If you really like it in the current slot, or if you want to change it, don't give me an answer now. But you know, just think about it. And because with all these updates and changes happening, this is the time to update that aspect of it as well. But anyway, I guess I'm going first. I've been going first for like the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, gaming wise, I've been playing the new Dynasty Warriors, which is like, it's fine. Nothing really big on the gaming side. My main thing is just that I had to go to my granddad's funeral last weekend. That's why I was gone. That's why I couldn't do the Friday or the Saturday stream. So that's the other thing I was dealt with, and that was rough, both physically and mentally, just because we had to, you know, me and my parents right now, we had to go from 10 minutes from the beach on the east coast of Central Florida, the Space Coast, basically, to 10 minutes from the beach on the west coast of Southern California, on Friday. And then Saturday, spend all day at a funeral, at the reception, at the graveside, at the aftermath, at the you know, big family dinner at a restaurant. You know, the whole day was just booked solid, you know. And then Sunday, it's get up early, get dressed, get on a plane, and go all the way back again. And we didn't get home, like, literally until just before midnight on Sunday. And then I had to wake up and go to work the following Monday because I'm going to Japan for 3 weeks and I need to defer as many holidays and save up as much PTO as possible. So I had to defer MLK Day and work that day. So last weekend was physically and mentally and spiritually exhausting for me. So
yeah, it sounds like a lot.
Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. Talk about Florida while Rosa is freezing and suffering. Well, I'll let her talk about that. I'm pretty much done. Those are the two main things that are going on with me. So I will turn the floor over to you. How have you been?
Let me think. Did we do this last week? We didn't do this last week, right? No, we missed last week.
No, I was at a funeral last week.
Right, yeah, that was last week. My brain, dude, I'm mixing up all the weeks. My brain's just a fucking mess, dude. Let me think. Well, what's like 14 days ago? Like 2 weeks ago? What was the last thing I told you about? Before I did D&D. That's what it was. We did D&D! That was fun. We're finally back to doing D&D. You know, they went to the fucking... to the Jester's Castle. And they got lost in some mazes. That was fun. I played some more Valheim with Boca. We had a great time. Having a map helps a lot. I made some puzzles with Peitho, and then I got her to play Mr. Masagi.
Mr. Masagi?
Have you ever played Mr. Masagi?
No.
You should look up Mr. Masagi right now. It's a great game.
Is it on Steam?
Maybe? I have 2 platinum trophies for it on the PlayStation Store. I've platinumed the game twice.
Oh, it is. There's High Calorie Edition.
What?
On Steam, it says, buy Mr. Masagi High Calorie Edition.
What does that mean?
I think it's just 2 of the games from the same developer. It comes
Oh,
with,
does it come with,
It comes with My Name is Mayo. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Mayo is one of the... It's a dating game where your goal is to basically get a massage.
Oh, this would be
but
fun
it's all
to stream.
It's really, really funny, and it's really, really wacky, basically. Like, all the different characters are really, really wacky. Like, one of them is literally Mayo from My Name is Mayo, so you're just flirting with a jar of mayonnaise.
I mean, it's basically the jar.
Yeah, and so your goal is to basically win, like succeed in the date, so that they give you a massage, and then you put your controller on your neck, and it'll vibrate. And each different like character has like a different rhythm to it.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to just like tell you about all the silly stuff in it, but I also don't want to spoil. So
Yeah,
I think
you ruined it. Yeah.
But the idea is basically like you want to go. It's pretty easy to actually win the dates, but it's hard to win the dates with max stars, with 3 stars, which leads to like a higher intensity vibration.
Okay.
And basically to do that, you have to like uncover more about the person through like multiple dates, by basically like repeating the date over and over again to learn as much as you can and find the optimal route. Basically, to like really get them to like open up to you.
Okay.
And like learn everything about them. And there's also like secret stuff you can get, because there's like bad endings too, where like you'll just fucking die or something.
It looks super quirky and fun, honestly.
Yeah, it is a really, really fun game. One of my favorite games of all time. Again, I have 2 platinum trophies in that game, and it's 2 different accounts.
Okay. Wait,
but anyways,
did you just play with her off stream, or did you stream it with her?
Oh, we streamed it.
Okay, cool. I'll have to watch.
Yeah, I had a stream of me just playing like I originally was just gonna do puzzles, but I was like I changed it to just spending time with my wife, because we did puzzles, we played some Mr. Masagi, we did like different things. And after that I played some Witcher. So I've done plenty of Witcher. Still haven't gone to see Trish. We've just been doing stuff around Novigrad. We've been doing stuff that's like higher level than me. It's like I want to do all the question marks in the map, so I'm basically been traveling in like the DLC area.
Okay.
So it's within the same map, and I've just been doing stuff that's like 20 levels above me, just for fun.
I just bought Mr. Masagi, by the way.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Because it looks fun, like dopey and fun.
Played some Skyrim. Played some Skyrim. Went to go try to become the Thane of Morthal, to buy a new home, start building a second house, and I have a mod installed that lets me adopt any child. So we had this one situation happen where like we were basically solving like a mystery, right? In Morthal, like a murder mystery. And so you go to like basically like check the house that burned down, right? And you end up finding the child of the guy that lived there.
Oh.
And so and because I have this mod, the dialogue options were like, oh my god, I'm so sorry that you burned to death, right? Or oh, are you this person's daughter, right? And then all the way at the bottom, there's like, I could adopt you if you want. It's like a fucking ghost child. It's really, really funny.
Okay.
But yeah, that's kind of like what we were up to. We kind of just did the quest. I think I was feeling pretty sick that day. And then we played 10 fucking hours of Conan. We went on a huge adventure, explored the jungle. We did all sorts of stuff. I discovered one of the new quests. Like one of the new Age of Heroes quests. And so far, it's pretty fucking interesting. I'm basically saving this like sorcerer. Like you can only do it if you have like high level sorcery. Basically, if you're a sorcerer, you can do it. And since I've been doing sorcery, I've basically just been doing like going through the quest. And I'm basically like trying to like save this guy from this weird like blood demon plant that has him trapped. But it's super, super cool. And they added a bunch of new spells, which are pretty awesome, so we can just teleport back home now whenever we want. Like, I can just make a portal, and then just go back home. But yeah, just lots of really, really cool stuff. I've been having a blast with, like, the new sorcery stuff.
Nice.
And...
You had a special event.
I'll get there.
Okay.
I had a week planning stream on Sunday. Oh yeah, Saturday night, last minute. So like, I didn't think we were gonna hit the weekly goal last week, and then last minute we did like a short little like late night stream on Saturday. Cause last week I actually ended up not doing King of the Castle. I felt pretty sick, like all day. I felt like shit. So we ended up just not doing King of the Castle. I just kind of like, I like stayed in bed, like pretty much all day. And Patho was like really like sad, like at night.
Aww.
So I was like, oh well, Patho just finished crying, so because she was sad because TikTok got gone. And so I was like,
immediate TikTok withdrawal.
Yeah. So I was like, you know what? I'm feeling a little better. So we played some fucking Conan in the middle of the night, and chat was like, kablamo, have weekly. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, so there's that, right? And then Sunday happened. I mostly just like cleaned up some like figures around the house. That was it Sunday that we did like the? Oh no, Saturday was the day that we did a bunch of cleaning in the house. I don't think it was that I felt bad. I think it's just we did a bunch of cleaning. I think that was what it was. I can't remember if that was Saturday, if that was Sunday. My memory is not keeping up with me. I know there was a day that we just spent all day just cleaning, though. Might have been that day.
Things like that, like, it's one of those things where, like, you dread it, but then, like, quickly after you start doing it, you start feeling better, and by the time you're done, you, like, feel like you've, like, spent the whole day accomplishing something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's very satisfying.
It is really, really satisfying.
Especially when you're doing with somebody else who you can, like, chat with and joke around with while you're doing it. Yeah.
I was like outside. I was really fucking cold. I was like outside most of the day. Just fucking like I had to wash the like cat litter box.
Okay.
That was on Monday. I remember now. That was on Monday. That was not Sunday or Saturday. That was on Monday. Right? Because Sunday did the planning stream where I was supposed to do it that day. Right? But it was like A, we woke up kinda late. B, it was kinda like it was like dark out and like it was cloudy, so we're like, fuck it. There's gonna be sun on Monday, so on Monday I'll clean the litter box because litter box is fucking gross.
Yeah.
The litter robot, you have to like clean it every now and then. But
oh yeah, because you used to have that self-cleaning one, didn't you?
No, I have that. That's what I have.
Oh, you do.
But eventually
have
it gets dunked up. Yeah, eventually it does get dunked up, and so you have to like clean it, right? Especially if you forget to put litter in it, right? To like refill the litter. Yeah. Which we had been, so we moved it to a different spot now. Like now that like the living room was cleaned. So basically, I was cleaning the litter box all day while Patho was cleaning inside the house. She had cleaned the entire living room, which is really, really nice now. We actually spend time in the living room now. But yeah, we did that on Monday because it was sunny, and then that night we did a little bit more Conan because I was supposed to break my sleep schedule. I was supposed to stay up all night so I can break my sleep schedule so that I can stream at 6 p.m. on Tuesday. Right, I was supposed to sleep all morning on Tuesday and stream at 6 p.m. so I could start the anniversary stream at 6 p.m. CST, 7 p.m. EST, and end it at 7 p.m. EST on Wednesday, 22nd, which would have been the day that I started streaming 3 years ago. Right?
Okay.
So that was the plan, right? But what happened? Tuesday rolls around, and Patho screams at 12 p.m. Like it was like 11:40, something like that. Waking me up freaking me the fuck out. What the fuck's going on? She opened the window. There's snow outside.
In southern Alabama.
In southern Alabama. I've never seen snow. I was like, yo, this is cool. So I put on my boots, I put on my PJs, I put on like a hoodie, and I went outside, and I immediately realized that I need gloves. So I drove to the store to buy gloves.
This is a typical way that people react upon their first time witnessing snow if they didn't grow up in it.
Yeah, I normally don't like the cold, but for whatever reason, I just didn't feel that cold outside. But like, it's like you don't feel it until you move your hands and you realize that all your arteries in your hands are like. So that was basically what happened. I was like taking like videos outside, right? Like just into like family of like me like basically grabbing the snow with like my hands and being like, look, there's snow, and throwing the snow like the really loose powdery snowball at like the window and shit, right, to like mess with the cats. And then I swapped hands, like to the hand that I was actually using to do stuff. I swapped hands to the hand that was like, so I can do stuff with the hand that was holding the phone, that was in like a static position. And the second I closed my hand, it felt horrible. I felt like I was like, it was terrible. And I was like, oh, I need gloves. So I went to the store.
Because snow is actually it's an insulator. It actually behaves like an insulator, so it can kind of trick you to how cold it is.
Yeah. But yeah. So I went, bought some gloves, came back home. Right. I was supposed to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. I was having too much fun playing with the snow. We played. we like. I think Petho was doing a thing with Trim. And when she was done, we went outside. I put on proper boots. Like I had some hiking boots, like solid, sturdy, thick, like mountain climbing boots from when I went to Colorado.
Some rugged boots.
Yeah, and so I got those, right, and they're better insulated and stuff. So I put those on and went outside because by this point the snow was pretty deep. We were told we were gonna get 1 to 3 inches. It was already at like 3 inches and it was still fucking snowing. So we took the cats out, right? We put like a leash on them. We took all of them out, dropped them into the snow, put a snowball on their head, and then brought them inside just for fun, right? Just so they get the experience of it. And then we realized, so that night was really, really cold. And then we realized at it was like 5 p.m. or something like that, our heater was not working. Our central heater must have it either broke or was frozen over. We found out later it was just frozen over. But it did not work the night before, and it was not working on this day.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And we're like, it's still fucking snowing. It's like 4 inches now. Right? It's like 4 or 5 inches of snow. It's still fucking going.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like it's very visibly more than 3 inches of snow. It's gonna be fucking cold tonight. And our heater is busted. Like it's not functioning. Right? So it was so we're like, fuck. It's too late to go to any all the stores that were open in the morning for a little bit, while it was still just lightly snowing, before the snow started really accumulating. Mm-hmm. All those stores closed at 5. The few stores that were open closed at 5.
Yeah, it's one of those places that shuts down completely when a millimeter of snow happens, because no one knows how to handle snow in that kind of area.
Yeah. So there was a few places I went to go buy gloves at Tractor Co. They were still open, but only till 5. And then now it was 5. And so no one around was open where we could go buy a space heater. And so
do you have an electric or a gas stove?
Electric.
Oh, if it's electric, just turn the snow on and leave it cracked open. That'll radiate heat for a pretty good distance.
Oh.
Yeah. I learned that from living in Colorado when I first moved there. The house that I got,
good to know.
Did not have a heater, and it was the middle of January, right now, and it was a foot of snow on the ground permanently, and I had no heater, and so I learned that little hack.
But yeah, so we were like, well, fuck. And so we're like, well, it's not too late. We can go drive to your parents and get a heater. Because they had extras. They had extra space heaters. They were gonna like lend us. Or give us. Right? And so
Okay.
we're like, okay, we can either do that, or we can go see if the internet is correct and Walmart does in fact have 1 or 2 employees in there for like curbside pickup deliveries. Right? For like curbside pickup orders. Right? She was like, no, there's no one there. There's no one there. Because I had gone to Walmart in the morning and it was closed. Right? No, when I want to go buy gloves. But I figured maybe there was someone probably in there still doing curbside pickup because I did see a few cars in the lot. I was like, But she was like, no, we'll just go drive. And I was like, cool, fine. My car has no gas. All the gas stations are closed. So we have to go in Pathos car. Right? Heavier cars, right? Heavier cars will slide less in the snow. Right?
Correct.
That's true. But if your car gets stuck and your car is heavier, you're going to have a harder time getting it to go. Because it's harder to build momentum. To build that momentum. Also, if you do slide in a heavier car, you're going to slide for longer because it has more inertia.
It has more momentum,
right?
Yes.
I really wanted to go in my car, but my car had no gas. All the gas stations are fucking closed. Right? Because I know that I can deal with the car just sliding.
Yeah.
Right? And especially I know my car in and out. I was like, I'm more comfortable in my car, even if my car's gonna slide more. Even if my car is lower to the ground, I'm more comfortable driving my car. Right? Because worst comes to worst, we can push it. Right? And it'll start going. Right? You know, like, I'm not too, like, the snow is, like, high up enough that I'm not too worried about my car sliding very far. Because it's a pretty light car. Like, the snow itself is gonna offer some resistance. Right? So, I wasn't super, super worried. But again, there just wasn't an option. So, we had to go and pay this car. And we had no issues pretty much the entire way there. It was fucking dark, dude. It's like dark, like, just... Pathos car also has really, really shit high beams. God. So I could only see, like, maybe, like I'm driving, I can see maybe 10 feet out in front of me the entire way.
You need to add
I couldn't tell whether I was on my side of the road or the center of the road or the other side of the road. I couldn't tell, and I don't think it mattered because, like, if there was a car, we'd notice it immediately.
You just follow wherever the
trails are. Yeah.
The trails are. That's what you do.
Yeah.
You follow the
trails. The trails had me just going like left and right. Like there was times I realized I was like, I'm definitely in like oncoming traffic lane. I'd come back over. But yeah, it took us like almost. We would normally do like a 45-minute trip. It took us like an hour and a half to get to Pathos' parents' place. But we got there. It was real slidey when we got to into the city roads. But we got there. It's fine. We basically slid like the last 30 minutes of the way. That's
vehicles they drive over the snow so much. There's so much drive over the snow that it compacts itself and just turns into black ice.
Yeah. So it was zoom, zoom. Like it was just kind of pushing forward, getting a little bit of traction to keep the momentum going. But so that's basically what happened, and we got there, right? I got out of the we got out of the car. Pizza went inside. I didn't want to go into the house because I didn't want to take off my boots. My boots were covered in fucking snow. Because by this point, we were stepping into the snow, and the snow was up to my ankle, like past my ankle.
That's like
my entire boot was underneath.
It's like a good 8 inches, 6 to 8 inches.
Then. It was 9 inches. It was 9 inches. Okay. It was the most that the neighbor had measured. They told us after we got stuck. So I waited outside. I wasn't feeling that cold. I don't know why, but the snow awakened my inner white person. And I was just chilling. I was outside. I was blowing cold air out of out of my mouth, just kind of watching it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Being a human chimney. And I was chilling outside waiting for Panther to come out, with the heaters. And she did. And, we got in the car and we backed up, right, from where we were parked, to then turn around and go back the way we came. And we just could not go forward.
Yeah.
We just could not go forward. It started sliding immediately, and I was like, welp. And I did not want to go home. Sorry, I did not want to stay. I wanted to go home. Because I have really bad trust issues.
Yeah, and you had an anniversary stream to do.
That too. I had a stream. I had an anniversary stream I wanted to do, which is already we were gonna be late. We were already gonna be late because of this, right? I had accepted that, but now it's just not gonna happen. So there was an anniversary stream to do. I was leaving my cats home alone with very little food in the cold.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on. They're Florida cats. They don't know what the hell this is.
Well, my cat's in Florida. I can't fucking sleep in places that I have never slept in before. That I've never stayed at before. That I'm not super comfortable in. Like...
But like hotels are just not...
super sweet. Hotels I can do, because it's entirely, like, private. You get, like, one room, you go in, you sleep, whatever. I can deal with hotels. I've slept at hotels before. The first couple times I slept at hotels, I couldn't sleep. But I've now slept at hotels before, so I'm okay with hotels, right?
Okay.
But now I'm sleeping in someone else's house, on someone else's bed, someone else's room, right? And, like, I just can't, dude. I just can't. And I knew that I was not gonna be able to sleep. I knew that I was not gonna be able to sleep. So I spent, like, 2 hours trying to break the ice. Because, so, Peter's family, they live on basically, like, a hill. So it was all, like, dirt and gravel and shit.
Right.
Right? But all that dirt and gravel's fucking frozen. So I spent, like, 2 hours trying to basically shovel snow out from underneath my car, trying to, like, break ice and, like, just, I was literally tossing, like plates of ice, basically. Like, cracking it, grabbing it, tossing them from around my car, trying to free it, so I can try to get enough momentum to leave. And there was a moment where I did, because Patha was, like, real sad, because she's, like... her family was, like, damn, like, Rose was, like, real, like, hard at it, and she's like, yeah, that's why I married. Because that's true. I'm not someone who likes to take, like, defeat, like, sitting down. It's just not the way I am, right? I was not going to stop until I knew for a fact I couldn't get out. And here's the crazy part. I got the car to fucking move. I got the car out.
Nice.
I got the car moving. But Patha was inside the fucking house. So I got it to move. I honked the horn. I was like, fuck. I parked it. Went over. I was like, hey, I got the move. She came back over. And it was stuck again.
Oh, gosh. He had this tiny little window. And missed.
Yep. And so that was like an hour in, right? And I was like, fuck. Well, I got to move. I could do it again. So I spent another hour, right? But now the car was in a different position. And every time that I tried to move, the front of the car, which is heavier, right? Because it had both of our weight and also the weight of the engine, kept sliding downhill away from the path that we were supposed to go to. And I just couldn't get the car to get the front end back on the road. And so we basically just slid back into where we were parked, but in reverse now. And it got to the point where it's like, I can't move, and if I try to move, I'm gonna hit something.
Oh.
So
you're just like, dude. Well, it's over.
I finally gave in. Yeah, but I spent 2 hours in like 13 Fahrenheit weather, literally like crouched down in fucking 9 inches of snow, moving snow and cracking ice with the butt of a fucking knife.
Did you experience the snow sweats then, where you're like in the snow, but you're working and you got like multiple layers of clothing on, so you're sweating your ass off? But it's like super cold outside.
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't really sweat a whole lot, but yeah,
you really are inhuman.
Yeah, that was so obnoxious. I mean, I was wearing a shirt, I was wearing a long sleeve shirt, and I was wearing a large leather, insulated leather jacket with a hoodie.
Hmm.
And I was wearing my Sibipati Florida hat underneath my hood.
You know what? I wear the Hellfire Metalworks hat all the time.
Hell yeah.
Villain says to expect more snow to the two of us because there's another storm coming south.
Oh no.
I'm in East Central Florida.
Oh no.
I am like in one of 2 places that didn't get hit by snow in the lower 48. The other place being San Diego, because San Diego always has like perfect weather at all times. So,
But
we just got rained on down here in Florida, in
Central Florida. I know
Central,
like Northern
yeah.
Florida got snow.
Yeah, the Panhandle got snow. Yeah,
Yeah.
which is
It's
like
crazy.
even more crazy than Alabama getting it.
But
like Vegas
but
got
yeah.
like Las Vegas got snow, Arizona got snow, Texas, like everywhere got fucking snow.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Paythos TikTok was just full of like people talking like snow. Here's snow. Look at
Yeah.
snow. It's crazy. But I did eventually give up. Went inside, fuck it, had some hot chocolate, and laid down in Paythos' parents' bed with Paytho because they insisted on us taking the bed. And we watched the first episode of American Primeval, and she didn't want to watch anymore because ooh, that's one of those shows where it's like, fuck, they did not pull punches on like the gore and the violence, like the horrible shit.
Wait, what show is this again?
American Primeval.
American? I've never heard of it. What's it? Is it on like Amazon or?
I think it came out recently. It's on Netflix.
But
yeah, like right off the bat, pilot episode, you have people getting fucking scalped by you got people getting scalped. You got fucking Indians shooting arrows at people like through people's foreheads. You have like a little Indian girl like about to get raped by her father before she stabs him to death. Yeah, it's fucked, dude. It's fucked.
You mentioned people getting hit in the head with arrows. I actually, my mom did like one of those family lineage tests, not like the 23andMe. I mean like real lineage research, and turns out that I am related to someone like a colonel who during an Indian negotiation, like how like the two sides would line up and then like the generals would like meet in the middle to negotiate. During that, the colonel, my ancestor, got shot in the head by an arrow and died.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So.
What is this site, by the way? I love excuses
I can't remember.
To send my DNA to China.
Oh man, I have to ask her. I don't know what it is. There's a bunch of them there though.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, I'll have to ask her what she did.
I want China to clone me. Anyways, but yeah, so we watched that. She didn't wanna. We watched another movie that came out recently on Netflix. I think it came out like this year. Where like the parents are spies, basically. And they're trying to. I can't remember what the book it's called, but we watched that movie and it was pretty good. I liked it. It was cute. And then she fell asleep, and then I stayed up all night. And then morning came around, and she woke up.
I have a mission I need to go.
What's up?
I need to go buy tomatoes and jalapenos.
Tomatoes and jalapenos?
Yeah.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make some what?
You okay?
Yeah.
You want to see my card?
I have a craving. No.
You have money? Okay.
But they say that America was a peaceful paradise until the evil Europeans brought violence.
April might be pregnant.
Guys, I'm not.
April might be pregnant.
I'm not
That's
pregnant.
what they all say.
I'm not pregnant.
Your period?
It's just no. I haven't gotten it today. I'm making it tomorrow.
I am worried.
I was gonna say, you guys can barely scrape by to take care of yourselves. Like,
we haven't done anything wrong. We've only ever done it while I'm actively taking my birth control.
Sometimes God wills mysterious things.
yeah,
Anyways.
like the frog DNA in Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Like life finds a way.
The frog DNA in Jurassic Park. Life finds a way.
What frog DNA?
Oh my gosh! In Jurassic Park, there were gaps in the genetic code of the dinosaurs that they pulled out of the mosquitoes and the amber, and they filled it with frog DNA.
Okay, so yeah.
But frog DNA has the ability to switch sexes, and so that gave the dinosaurs the ability to switch sexes, so that enabled them to breed in the wild, which they weren't supposed to do, and that's what caused all the chaos on the island.
Oh. You see, I don't remember any of this.
Where did you leave my key?
I've rewatched so many. I've rewatched Jurassic Park so many times because
the living room table.
The T-Rex scene.
They should be in the kitchen. We should let them hang in.
I'm gonna fry cheese.
Okay.
This is
She had beans on toast today.
With cheese.
Hey,
She had beans on toast with cheese.
It's very British of her.
That's what I said. I was like, okay. I mean,
They were refried beans.
I was like, that's yeah, that's what they do. They do refried beans.
No, they have whole beans. They don't.
Well, it depends.
And they're different beans.
Depends. But yeah, so I told her I was like, that's not that weird of a craving.
But I'm still
It's just
gonna
British
eat
cuisine.
beans tonight.
Makes sense. You've been
Oh,
colonized.
you're right, villain. I always forget that like there's all these amazing movies that were in the 90s that Patho doesn't know about. She was born after the 90s.
Oh, want anything from Walmart? No, but I do want lights in the drawer.
Do you know where I put them?
Oh.
Okay.
Anyways.
Anyways.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, so morning came around and I was miserable. I was real mad. I was like, I just want to go. I just want to go home. I went
Yeah.
outside. It was still like
Mhm.
it hadn't really melted enough yet, like first thing in the morning. So had some more chocolate. I went back inside. Paid a nap for a little while longer, for like an hour and a half or something like that. Then I got up again because I was like restless. I was like, dude, I just
Gotta get home.
get home. Then I went outside, and the snow was nice. Like it's wild to me how quickly I was like, yeah, 13-degree Fahrenheit. I don't feel cold. 30-degree Fahrenheit. This is nice. This is good weather. 30-degree Fahrenheit with like 9 inches of snow. Yeah, this is good. And so we just like we played out in the snow, with like little siblings, like the nephew who loves me. He loves me.
Loves me. Actively runs away from me. I think it's because I call him ugly.
Yeah, I told you. Actively runs towards me whenever he hears my voice. He's so cute. But yeah, we played in the snow for like 2 hours, something like that. We were out there for a while.
We were up for a long
Like the entire front lawn, all the snow was ruined. All of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was fun. And then
30 degrees and
Degrees
9
and
inches.
9.
What a Chad.
But a little more work, right? We had some burgers for lunch, a little bit more work outside, and finally the car was free again. My knife is still in your car, and it's still, like, it's probably really wet. The handle?
Yeah.
For your car, it's probably just a pool of water, because my knife was coated in ice.
That's okay.
Like, it was full of ice.
I've left the windows down during a tropical storm once.
LaMelo.
That's fine.
Okay. But yeah,
I want to kiss before we
and
go.
yeah, we finally went home. And I drove the entire way back with the windows down because it was hot in the car. And then we got home and we took a shower. And
I think we're gonna go. to
and like the
Miami
water
in
got
March.
cold, and I liked it. I really enjoyed the cold water in the shower. When we got home, it's like freezing cold, and I was like, yeah, this is great. I started like washing my hair. I like evolved for like a day, and now I'm back to like I hate the cold.
Now you're back to like I want to be back in a terrarium for lizards.
Yeah.
I want to kiss before I go. What if I don't come back? And you won't give me a kiss?
Hey, you're supposed to be here for TikTok discussion.
You have to be here for TikTok discussion.
Yeah, I know.
Don't get mad. God.
I'm telling you, dude, she's moody. She's stinky. She's having
Whoa!
weird.
What
she's,
the fuck?
she's stinky. You're having-
I know. Yeah.
She's having like weird fucking like cravings. I haven't had her
not-
period. I'm screwed, dog. I've been having like she's been feeling like throwing up. I've been feeling like throwing up. We're fucked, chat. We're fucked.
You haven't had any cravings though.
Yeah, I have.
What?
Don't talk to me.
What?
That child's gonna be like, you ever see like a homeless person with a
Like
dog,
what?
and you like give them money, you say that's for the dog. That's how I'm gonna be towards your child.
You ever seen a homeless person with a dog, and you give them money, and you're like, "That's for the dog."
Yeah.
He says that's how he's gonna be with our kid.
So real. So real. That's so real of you. Oh my god. I gotta pee. I really
Okay, baby, okay.
Oh man.
Anyways,
All right. Well, I think we're ready for the news, but something I did forget. I need to go all the way back just for a sec about the channel changes. I never said like why the channel won't actually die, and that's because I have an editor, and because that editor is going to be basically making all these videos for me that I can post throughout the week. We're going to stockpile a few videos every week, and that stockpile will release while I'm gone in April. So there will still be content released on a daily basis, or maybe not a daily, but like a near daily basis, depending on how many we can stock up. That way there will be at least something on the channel, even though it's going to be clips from the podcast over like the last 4 weeks or whatever. But, you know, if you miss a VOD, you miss a show, and there's a particular topic that you think would be fun to watch, or maybe we cover a game or something like that, that's a clip, you can watch it. So, there you go.
Oh, yeah. You have one last thing to add.
Go for it.
And that is that I did not do the 24-hour stream.
You did close to it, didn't you?
No, not even close. I was running on 30 hours of sleep when we started. 30
Yeah,
hours of no sleep. And we ran for 11 hours before I had, by that point, had 26 shots of fucking rum, of Captain Morgan spiced rum. I was craving another one, thank you.
That's the last one.
Oh, you buy more?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah,
That's why I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and bring this last one so I have an excuse.
But yeah, I had 26 shots of Captain Morgan's spice rum. I was at the point where I was so sleepy that I was dying repeatedly. I think I only killed like 3 bosses or something like that. 3 or 4 bosses. So I died 22 fucking times. And I was just like, I put the rum into my mouth and I spit it out immediately because I just couldn't bring myself to fucking swallow it. So Paith had to go bring me, I'd run out of water. Paith was asleep. She woke up to that, so she had to come bring me bread so I can get the last shot down. And then she was like, "You're going to bed, no more." And I was like, "But I just have an hour to finish the first half." But yeah, so I went to bed and I woke up and I did 4 more hours before I felt terrible.
You did so many fucking shots. I'm surprised you're alive. You're not an alcoholic anymore. Don't you know that?
I'm not. I'm really not.
You drink your body's water weight in alcohol.
Love you. Bye-bye. Oh, fuck, Jesus, my soul. But, yeah, the bottle's still here. There's, the tiniest bit left in the bottle. There's, maybe, a shot and a half left in the bottle.
What was it again?
Captain Morgan spiced rum. It's, that's 100 proof, so 50% ABV.
That's tasty, though.
It is. It got to the point where, it didn't taste, it didn't taste good anymore.
Yeah, that's
gag.
That's like the cosmos telling you to stop.
Yeah, dude, I was shaking, in between shots. I was literally shaking. I was shaking. My body did not want it anymore.
It sounds like you're on the verge of actual alcohol poisoning.
Dude, I was crying. I've had alcohol poisoning before.
I haven't, but I've seen people get it, and it's you have to basically go to get your stomach pumped, and it's awful.
The one time I had alcohol poisoning was the one time I had Everclear. This is an ancient story from now almost 3 years ago. I messaged V when it was happening, and V was like, "You gotta throw up."
Oh yeah, I know this story.
Yep. He was like, "You gotta throw up." And I was like, "I can't. I'm finger blasting my uvula, but nothing's coming out because I don't have a fucking gag reflex." So he's like, "Well, pray."
Yeah.
And it took 3 days. I had 3 days where I couldn't I could hardly process any food. Oof. And I had waves of pain going towards my extremities, my hands and my feet.
Mm-hmm.
Up, just down my arm, down my legs. And finally, I was taking a shower before work, and it just hit me. I was like, I need to vomit. And then I vomited, and I felt like I'd been fucking stabbed, dude. And I was out of commission the entire day. I slept the entire day. For a week, I couldn't eat anything that had any sort of grease in it. So I just couldn't process anything that wasn't super that the liver didn't have to process. My liver was just not functioning. It was we're done, we're good.
Yeah, you're supposed to get your stomach pumped at the hospital when you get alcohol poisoning. So just powering through it. That's like a legit like life gamble. Because if your liver shuts down, you're fucked. You know.
Yeah. It was fucking wild, dude. But yeah, that happened. I was eating like fucking like lettuce, like just lettuce, basically.
Closest I've been was the first time I had schnapps. I had peach schnapps, and I didn't realize that there's like a delay between like when you drink it and when it actually hits you, and so I thought that I was cool. So I had like 6 shots, like in the span of like 10 minutes.
Oh.
And then like and then like 20 minutes went by, and then I woke up the next day. Because I literally don't remember anything that happened between those in that time frame.
I've never gotten blackout drunk ever in my life. I remember all of it.
That's the one time it's ever happened to me.
Dude, I remember all of it. I think the amount of alcohol it would take to get me blackout drunk is more alcohol than my body can take. I think if I got blackout drunk, I wouldn't wake up.
Yeah, I mean, to you, I think death will hit you before you black out drunk.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to get to the news. We're an hour in, so let's talk about the elephant in the room. You know, a very Republican bit of on the nose terminology there. Trump won. Well, not he won. He got inaugurated, so he's like the actual president now. I found this nice little less than 2-minute highlight of the inauguration, and I will also show one more thing that didn't make it into this highlight reel. Oh crap! I need to get my actual browser up so I can actually control the fucking thing. All right, there we go. Let's just watch this real quick. You should be able to hear this chat just fine. If you can't, just tell me.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. How do you feel this morning?
It's exciting.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
The golden age of America begins right now. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
From sea to shining sea.
And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated. So it was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight.
And so we
the
have
video was 10 times louder than you were, Lamau.
Yeah, I didn't realize how
so
loud it was. I'm sorry.
Oops.
I turned it down while it was playing, but
I had it at half volume, and I was like, "This is a good volume."
Okay, well that's our
Alexander joining us now from the White House. Peter,
our 47th president is officially in office, and boy howdy did he hit the ground running. Holy hell! Before we get to that though, there was one thing that the compilation didn't show that I thought was fucking hilarious. Was this? So during this thing, Carrie Underwood saying, I don't know, fucking something during the inauguration, and Zuckerberg and this creeping black dude behind him were trying to take advantage of the fact that they were standing right next to Carrie Underwood, and this happened. Look at the black guy behind him, though.
Isn't she, Wait, I thought that was, what's his face's wife?
He's just... You can draw the dotted line. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah. Isn't Jeff Bezos also, like, right next to her?
I know that a bunch of, like, big tech people were there because they're all, like, trying to swear fealty. They're all kissing the ring. Like, they all went down to Mar-a-Lago before the inauguration to kiss, to kneel and kiss the ring of Trump. So, yeah, so that didn't make it in, but it was fucking funny. Honestly, though, the Zuckerberg thing...
I was the first time I've ever seen him act human.
Well, that's the thing. Like, well, honestly, ever since he started doing jujitsu, well, like a little bit after he started doing jujitsu, he started kind of being more human. It feels like, but I don't know. I still don't trust him.
What's going on over there?
But it's the black guy that's fucking funny. It's the black guy just like leaning in with this like this handsome Squidward kind of pursed lips.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing, man? Oh man. Anyway, it's like, hey, if you're standing next to Carrie Underwood and she's got her rack out, go for it. All right. Okay. So Trump gets inaugurated, and he made a lot of very, very, very bold and risky propositions during the campaign. And a lot of people were pretty skeptical as to how much he was going to be actually committed to it. But holy shit, he got a hold of the pen and he sat down. He was signing executive orders all afternoon. He was doing interviews with the press just while he was just casually signing executive order after executive order. I think he ended up doing like 200 some odd executive orders in a row. That's
crazy.
Which is like, I think that's like the most ever on like on day one of being a president. He just went fucking wild with it. So I just wanted to where women belong.
No. Where's my knife? Sorry. Oh, my knife is frozen. And there's dirt in my knife. That's, expected, I guess. I was jamming it into dirt, even if there was snow also included.
What the hell is going on in the Codal household? I swear.
All right.
No, you're fine. It adds flavor to the show.
What's going on with that lady down there? And the fireworks. What is that?
Oh, you don't know what this is from?
No. Oh, it's amazing.
Gosh.
I love that.
That's from Austin Powers. Have you even heard of Austin Powers?
Yes.
Okay, you've heard of it at least. I bet Pedro hasn't. See, I look at that and I immediately know it because I saw all 3 Austin Powers movies in theaters on opening weekend. Because I'm old. But yeah, we went ham hock and just went to town with executive orders. So I thought we would look at some of the more interesting and impactful ones. So I found this nice little summary here, and I just want to just kind of run down this list, and then we'll go back and go into a little bit more detail into just a handful of them. Let me zoom in here so the chat can see this better, and you that matter. There we go. Okay, so first, declassification of JFK files. So there are a few thousand more documents related to the JFK assassination that have remained classified. Biden actually declassified a bunch of them over time during his administration. But there was a few thousand left. And Trump is basically... Now, they haven't been released yet. I looked for them, and they haven't actually been released yet. He just ordered them to be released. But they could drop, like, literally any day, essentially.
Oh, wow.
And I'm looking forward to that. I honestly don't... I'm skeptical as to whether or not there's going to be some huge revelations in it, because most of them have already been declassified anyway. But I'm really, really curious. Like, what's been the hang-up? Like, obviously, like, the last ones that we release are going to be the most sensitive, right? So it's like,
yeah,
what's in there? What's in there? Now, interestingly, it wasn't just JFK. He also did RFK, which is RFK Jr.'s dad. obviously, and Martin Luther King Jr. as well. So we're gonna know all the juicy details. See here. He says the present a plan within 15 days for the full and complete records related to the assassination. They'll have 45 days to present plans on the release of information of the assassinations Senator RFK and the Reverend Dr. MLK Jr. according to the order. More than 50 years after the assassinations of President JFK, Senator RFK, and the Reverend Dr. MLK Jr., federal government has
Do not have a K in your last name if you do not.
Just don't be a Kennedy. Just don't be a Kennedy, for God's sake. Honestly, and with all the stuff about RFK Jr., like how much like he kind of shook the political foundation of the Democrats during the election cycle and like defecting. I mean, RFK Jr. defecting to Trump and like fully endorsing him and appearing on stage and literally stumping for him is actually a major contributor to how Trump won. Like, that was an alliance that Trump really needed to happen, because there was a lot of people that were like, RFK was pulling votes from both candidates, like significant numbers. So to get basically all of the votes that he was pulling from Biden, or most of them, I would say, most of them that were going for Biden either ended up voting for Trump because of RFK Jr. or they just stayed home, you know. And a lot of them ended up calling him traitor and stuff like that. But with all the stuff that he wants to do, and considering his family history, I'm amazed that RFK Jr. is still alive. I really am. As he has what's called a family history. Anyway, let's see. So, he also did these things about AI. I don't really know a whole lot about that. I have to admit that I'm not super. I don't pay attention to AI news. I really don't. It's just not something that's on my radar. So I don't really know. I know that Bill Altman's a snake. That's pretty much all I know, and I don't think Trump should trust him. But we'll see. I don't know. So I don't really have much to comment on here. Designated Ansar Allah terrorist group. So that's the Houthis. The Houthis are they are the terrorists in Yemen, I believe. They are the Yemen terrorists. So they're the ones that are like terrorizing the
tradeways, right?
Yeah, the tradeways, where the what's it called? The fucking Suez Canal. Got it. See, I know things. They were terrorizing the Suez Canal, essentially, which is like it's like as important as the Panama Canal in terms of like strategic trade strategy and that kind of stuff. And they were basically threatening that. So they have been designated a terrorist group, which basically gives people fighting the Houthis a bit more teeth, essentially. This is a huge one, like at least in terms of the culture, but it will affect like the financial sectors as well and financial outcomes. The 2 executive orders rolling back DEI programs of the federal government on Tuesday. The first order required the Secretary of Transportation and FAA to end DEI initiatives and immediately return to non-discriminatory merit-based hiring. Illegal and discriminatory DEI hiring, including on the basis of race, sex, disability, or any other criteria other than the safety of airline passengers and overall job excellence, competency, and qualification, harms all Americans who deserve to fly with confidence, Trump wrote in a statement. See, this is the thing. Like, we have been so slowly boiled like a frog. That it feels like whiplash to hear this kind of a statement, this direct antagonism with teeth against this shit, that it feels like whiplash. It feels like cultural whiplash.
Yeah, dude.
When this should be just completely normal. This should just be the MO of everything. This is really, and so when you hear it, it made me realize, at least, like how cowed we've become to this shit, and how good a job they've done over the years of normalizing it. You know, like the McCarthy era communists would look at the DEI initiatives of today in awe of how well it was able to infiltrate every institution and company in the country and beyond.
Yeah, dude.
It's insane. Wild. It's fucking wild. It's so amazing to hear these kinds of statements because it's been at least 20 years I've heard anything like this coming out of any kind of position of significant authority, you know, let alone the presidency. So it's really nice to hear. I'm like looking like way off away from the camera, so I might lose tracking periodically. The second executive order he signed on Tuesday ordered agencies to terminate all discriminatory and illegal preferences, mandates, policies, programs, activities, guidance, regulations, enforcement actions, consent orders, and requirements, and enforce our longstanding civil rights laws. I'm glad that he actually basically said civil rights laws are actually against DEI, not for it.
Yep.
That's a good little thing to add in there. And to combat illegal private sector DEI preferences, mandates, policies, programs, and activities. And actually, that second order, that is the one that carries more weight. Because there are a lot of companies, especially pretty much every single Fortune 500 company, maybe not every single one, but a lot of them, a huge chunk of them, enough to like make serious impact to every stock market. Basically, a linchpin of their financial solvency is through government contracts. And what this executive order says is that if you have these kinds of policies in your private company, then the government is going to cancel and sever all contracts with your company.
Oh.
That's what this is saying, which is massive. That's every defense contractor. That's, gosh, what else? It's anything involving infrastructure, anything like that. That expands into agriculture as well. It basically just cascades into every major business sector in the country and beyond is what this does. It's massive. So, here's Phoenix. Hey, Phoenix. For the record, none of us are DEI hires. We run off of an objective merit-based system for hires, promotions, and bonuses. There you go. So, yeah, and I'm really happy about this because it looks like the right people had Trump's ear in crafting these orders because he's not just banning the name of it. He's banning the praxis, the practice of it, essentially.
Yeah.
Which is the right way to actually go about it. You have to ban the exercise of the idea and not the idea itself, because you can't ban ideas. It's impossible. But you can ban people exercising those ideas. And that's what these executive orders are worded to do. They're geared towards actions and not names and labels, which is very, very, very smart. It almost sounds like Chris Rufo himself could have crafted these orders and just handed them to Trump to sign. It revoked 4 executive orders that dealt with addressing environmental justice and government initiatives to promote diversity in the federal workforce. Trump's order required federal contractors to also comply with the civil rights laws. Again, I love how he's basically he's Uno reverse carding them on the civil rights laws. Like no, yeah. all the DEI shit is against the civil rights laws, and the SAC and the Equal Opportunity and Employment Act should be wielded like a bloody sword against you people for violating these civil rights laws that have been in place since the fucking 60s. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt also confirmed on X that all federal employees serving in DEI positions are being placed on paid leave by the end of the day on Wednesday. So remember, he got inaugurated on Wednesday. All these executive orders were signed on Tuesday, and everybody was placed on leave on Wednesday. That's how fast this happened. Like,
wild.
He went from hand on Bible to pen on paper in like 48 hours, which is like mind-bogglingly fast. Which is again a level of like intent and action that we're just not used to. And then, as part of trying to roll back these programs, now as a part of that, Let me see here. I have a little bit more about that. There we go. I'm not going to go into the article on it, but there have been a slew of memos that have gone out, and they all have a general samey kind of template. So, I have a folder of bookmarks called Trump DEI memos here. So the first one is for the FAA. So the FAA got this letter, and it's kind of similar language in all of these letters. So it's pursuant to initial guidance from the U.S. Blah, 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 blah. I am writing you concerning 2 executive orders signed by the president. Those are the 2 executive orders, which repeals
radical and wasteful government DEI programs.
So this is actually going to be I think this is eventually going to be put under the umbrella of DOGE, which we'll get to. But it says, as noted by the president in his executive order, Americans deserve a government committed to serving every person with dignity and respect. Again, he just keeps flipping their language on them. I love it. We are taking steps to close all U.S. Department of Transportation, DEIA offices. That's diversity, equity, inclusion, and acceptance. I don't know. Cancel any DEIA-related trainings and terminate any DEI-related contracts, which is another big deal because a lot of these were like outsourced to the third-party cottage industry of DEI trainings. So that all gets severed on the federal side, and it'll get starved out on the private side because if the private side is engaged in these activities, then the government will not contract with them, which is like no company is going to sever off government contracts. So, let's see. To support these efforts, OPM has established an email address to permit employees to identify activities in these areas that might be overlooked. If you are aware of changes in any contract description or position description since November 5th, 2024, that may obscure the connection between those documents and DEIA, please report all facts and circumstances to this email, DEIAtruth@opm.gov within 10 days. As noted in OPM's guidance, there will be no adverse consequences for timely reporting this information. However, failure to report this information within 10 days may result in adverse consequences. And you see this theme throughout all these letters. So this one was to the Defense Health Agency. Same kind of thing. We're taking steps to close all DEIA offices. If you are aware of changes in any content description or personal position description, so you could tell that they were all using this template. But this is incredible. Not only to saying you are to end these programs, but we're going to set up an email where anyone can snitch on anybody who is trying to undermine by changing the names or basically weaving these things in deeper and harder to find and all this kind of stuff. And we're going to give it a hotline for whistleblowers in any federal position to report such behavior. That's like there is going to be no way to hide from this, and it's the same on all of them. This is another one from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. You can see if you're aware of any change in the contract description, the personnel position, they all use the same template. And you can see it's also dated since November 5th, which is the day after Election Day. Because a lot of these agencies and these companies, they started engaging in this. We're going to burrow ourselves into the company in secret and change the name of the programs and all this shit right when they knew that Trump won. So it goes all the way back, which is like, holy shit. There is going to be no way to run or hide. And this was the next big one, which was NASA gave the same email, DEIAtruth@opm.gov. So, in wasteful government DEI programs. So they're going whole hawk into everything. And again, it'll affect the federal government first. It'll trickle down to the state governments. It'll trickle down, and then it'll trickle down into the private institutions, and it'll trickle down into the university system. Because I guarantee you that because all of these, a ton of these state university schools have, they get funded by the Department of Education. And I guarantee you, I haven't seen it yet, but I guarantee you that the Department of Education is going to issue a similar such thing, where it's like all colleges will be ordered to close all this shit, and if you engage in it, your funding will be cut at the federal level. So they're going to financially starve. I've even heard Trump float the idea of if they're caught with these kinds of programs, then he'll basically confiscate a portion of their endowment funds. So, which is like the lifeblood of the university system is through endowments. And so he's like, I'll like every time you get caught, 10% of your endowment gone. And I will take that money and I will use it in useful things that help people of the country out. So he is going hard into this shit. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how harshly it ends up being, but I have a feeling it's going to be a bloodbath. Appoint cabinet level officials, and I'm not going to get into that. Immigration. This is another one of the biggest ones. He signed an executive order seeking to end birthright citizenship. The order will almost certainly face legal challenges. It already has, since birthright citizenship is enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. Yep. He also signed an order designating Mexican drug cartels and some other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations. That's a good thing. That's a great thing. I actually think he should declare some of these NGOs as terrorist organizations. Or maybe not terrorists, but like organized crime syndicates is what they should be considered. Because they basically just aid and fund and execute human trafficking. You know, a lot of these NGOs. And it's just like, you need to be just deemed like organized crime syndicate. He also declared a national emergency at the southern border, allowing him to use federal funding to construct a wall along the U.S.-Mexico border without congressional approval. It also allows him to station military personnel there. Let's see, that's a big one. Trump said while signing the order, people have wanted to do this for years. He also reinstated the Remain in Mexico policy, which required asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while their cases go through courts in the U.S., and he suspended the refugee admission program. Which I believe was the phone app where basically people that were caught and then just released into the country without being monitored. This, had this app.
So I had the wrong idea of that. So I thought that was an app for basically like applying for, to get into the country legally. But yeah, no. Like now that I know what it actually is, like, yeah, no, get fucked.
Yeah, it's... Well, like what it did is it told them like when their court dates were and where, but it's just like it's a bullshit thing, and it enabled them to be in the country just free without being monitored.
Yeah. Give me just a second.
Okay. It's a good thing, but the issue is, what good is that going to do if we aren't going to go to actual war with the cartels in Mexico? And we were ready for that. We could barely handle it in the Middle East. True. That is true. I know that he has deployed the military because, again, national emergency. The military has been deployed. I think National Guard has been deployed to the border. And if he basically designates these groups as criminal enterprises and terrorist groups and stuff like that, there very well could be, open conflict, military conflict on the border between cartels and the U.S. military. And if that happens, then Trump will have he'll basically have the blessing of the American people for the most part to actively engage in warfare against the cartels, if that makes sense. And I think like Mexico and Central American countries will not have enough political or, let's say, electoral welfare on their side to be able to resist it. Like they'll kind of be forced to, to work with Trump in coordinating in logistics and allowing U.S. military to enter into the country. And they'll do it as like joint task forces and invasion forces and stuff like that with the respective countries. I'll tell you right now that like Bukele down in El Salvador will absolutely he'll partner with with the U.S. military no problem. Be like, hell yeah, let's do this. So But I think that bad things have to happen for that to trigger, if that makes sense. We waited for 20 more years of what the actual American civilians being in the front lines are. Yeah, we'll have to see. The Marines were sent to the border. Okay, so there is like not just the National Guard, but the actual U.S. Marines have been sent, which is that's the fighting force that you send to the front lines of actual hot, theaters of war, are the Marines.
People
so
called to tell me that she needed more money because she got excited buying stuff.
God damn it! You need to take that woman's credit card away. You need to reduce her allowance.
I have to send her money.
Well, stop.
So I sent her like $10 to buy some yogurt. She wanted to buy some yogurt.
Oh, okay.
Which, it's fine. It's whatever. She also told me that she felt like vomiting when looking at meat.
Tell Cordelia that you'll stay warm.
It's concerning.
They sent Delta Force down to the border too, from what I've heard. Okay, so they have. It's not just so Trump's like really like actually like legitimately militarizing the border then, which again that could very quickly turn into a hot conflict between the cartel. If the cartels are deemed terrorist organizations, that means that the military has essential authority to fire upon them. I don't know what I don't know what the rules of engagement are. Like who has to shoot first.
I'm excited for the moment that the cartels start fucking. I want us to pull out of all the like conflicts and like the side of the world. I want us to just be like, all right, let's start a new war, but this time our war is against Mexico, specifically the cartels in Mexico, which is basically all of Mexico.
Well, the politicians are for the most part bought off by the cartels.
Yep, and then I want us to just take Mexico, and just might as well just fuck it, just take Mexico, we'll take Canada, just North America is America.
Well, the problem with that, unfortunately, is that if you turn like Canada and Mexico and all these other countries into like the 51st, 2nd, 3rd states, they're all going to vote in opposition to whatever Trump represents. And you're going to get permanent destruction of any kind of MAGA as a result of that.
Don't make a mistake though.
The fucking pesky democracy gets in the way, I guess, But I guess you could make them like well, you could treat them like territories, like Guam or Puerto Rico, because they have like local democratic elections, but they don't get to vote in federal elections. So that's an option.
They also don't pay taxes.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have like they still have like pseudo sovereignty to a degree. So
that'd be fine. I'd be fine with that.
Rosa supports the Monroe Doctrine. But yeah, we'll see. And let's see. So he did the remain in Mexico, Trump signature, immigration, blah blah blah. I have a few things about this. I mean, to me, like,
I believe we should conquer the world. I believe
go,
that our ancient homeland across the pond has been taken, and we must reclaim it. We must reclaim our ancient homeland.
Well, I mean,
and make it great again as well.
With what's, I mean, well, let's just skip right to it. Apparently, he was dead serious about claiming Greenland. So, Danish government is horrified to learn that Trump is actually serious about wanting Greenland. This was published yesterday or 2 days ago. No, yesterday. So this is like recent. So one official said, "I do think it's serious and potentially very dangerous." And the thing is, it's like if there is any kind of a conflict that arises between the U.S. and Denmark of all countries over fucking Greenland, then you could say goodbye to NATO, because that would be a NATO country attacking another NATO country. And I think that to do that, Trump would basically just leave NATO. And because the vast majority of NATO's teeth, pretty much not all of it, but the majority of NATO's teeth, both in military prowess and in funding, is from the United States. If the U.S. leaves NATO, NATO dies. Which is what Putin really wants, obviously. So there's a whole lot of mess that could happen here. I don't know. So let me see here. The story goes that Trump and
Rosa, we should pull out of foreign conflicts. Also, Rosa, we should conquer the world. What's the thing? That's the thing. We should pull out of foreign conflicts that have nothing to do with us, and then we should start our own conflicts that have something to do with us. Does that make sense?
yeah, if we don't start it and it wasn't, if we're not the ones attacked, then it's not our conflict. But if we do the attacking, then it's de facto our conflict.
Exactly. I don't want us to get involved in other people's fucking problems. I want us to start our own problems.
Mhm. Tailfin says NATO should have been dissolved the day the Soviet Union broke up. I think I mostly agree with that. NATO has become a kind of like a parasitic entity at this point.
Yeah.
Like I could see why Europe would want like a common, I don't know, alliance of militaries, because no individual country in Europe can stand up to like China or Russia, which are kind of aggressive countries in their own right. But together they have the supplies and the resources to put up a fight against them. But that's what like the UN military is for, I guess. But even then, like they recently did that at the UN, where like they basically just had like a common European military, and they just started conscripting people from all the countries into this military, essentially. And it's like, that is fucking authoritarian as fuck, dude. Like, you can't get much more authoritarian than just like conscripting people from, without their consent from all the different countries under your so-called alliance. You know what I mean? That'd be like us, like, conscripting people from Australia or some shit. Just because we have a, some kind of common group that we're in. I don't know. It seems really dumb. But, like, the most basest takes of this is that if you can't defend your country, then you have no business being a country.
Yep.
That's like the most base of base takes you can possibly have on this, and I'm warming up to it.
Yep.
Because
yes,
it's like
it
was just because like
the little stick people.
Well, it's like I'm sick of the United States. I'm sick of the United States footing the bill for everyone else's sovereignty. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm sorry, but like if you're fully reliant on the United States to like maintain your sovereignty as a country, then you're not sovereign anyway. You're just a vassal state of the United States at that point.
Yep.
So it's like
either become ours or become theirs. You pick.
You either pitch in or you fuck off. It's like you have to be able to, protect your country. Both, you have to be able to protect it in terms of resource and trade. You have to be able to protect it culturally, and you have to protect it militarily. If you can't do those things, then sorry, you're not viable as an independent country. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
And I know that's a very...
I'm not very comfortable being in an alliance with England right now.
It's a very, I don't know, medieval kind of take. But, like, it is what it is, man.
It's just the way life is, dude. If you can't keep up...
and it's like...
It's the way it's always been.
And Tailfin, brings up, since the day that the Soviet Union broke up, it is true that, like, the world, and especially the West, mainly the West, really is stuck in this Cold War kind of paradigm that just isn't relevant anymore. This is a 50-year-old paradigm. It's archaic.
You just called the entire Europe not viable to be a country.
I mean, well, there's all of the countries of Europe until like after World War II were always at each other's throats.
Yep.
like look at the history of war on the European continent.
Now they're all now they've all got Muslims at their throats.
Mm-hmm. So if NATO falls, the EU would make its move to take control over the European military. Believe me, that would be a disaster. Yeah, it will. That's the thing, is that like I want to have sympathy for my European brothers. You know what I mean? That's the only thing that's like keeping me off the fence. But it's like you kind of did this to yourselves. Yep. You know what I mean? It's just like,
I love my EU boys.
And it's just as an American, I'm sick of being leeched off of. You know, it's just. I mean, I understand that's like kind of, that's like a selfish American kind of stereotypical thing, but it's like.
No, I think that's right.
But exactly.
I always this is the way I always put it. All right. I'm sorry, but if you're not like someone that is immediately like related to me, someone that I happen to be a friend with, like an individual, friend with, someone I know, close friend, family, whatever, I don't care about you. And I don't have to pretend to care about you because I'm not a communist.
Yeah.
It really just does come down to that. Like,
we've all seen the heat
I am
map.
not a communist. I don't have to pretend to care about things I don't care about.
We've all seen the heat map. You know that heat map. You know which one heat map I'm talking about? The morality, morality proximity heat map. Yeah.
England is a lost country. France still has a chance. I don't know about that.
Oh man.
The Czech Republic is fine. They allow private ownership of firearms. Poland seems really base, but does boneheaded things. Poland's trying.
A lot of Eastern Europe. Yeah, Poland is kind of like reversing on their base status recently. It's a shame.
What happened?
Well, they voted in like a leftist government.
Oh.
Yeah. Like honestly, of like Eastern Europe, the base country in Eastern Europe is fucking Hungary. That's the country. That's the Eastern Europe country to shine a light on. But like Eastern Europe in general is much better than the rest of Europe, as are the Nordic states and the Baltics even. The other one that's kind of like an outlier is Sweden, but even they are like rapidly, like they have like recently seen the error of their ways and like trying to become, like they elected like 10 years ago or whatever, they elected like the literal feminist party into power in Sweden.
Wow.
And that's when they like opened the floodgates to a bunch of sub-Saharans, and that's when grenade attacks became
really funny.
Yeah, that's
it's really funny how like the feminists were like, oh my god, yeah, dude, women rights, let all the rapists in.
Suicidal empathy, man. It's a bitch. Finland would have a chance if our leaders grew a set. I mean, dude, the Finns are fucking tough motherfuckers, dude. Like,
yeah,
they really are. So, yeah, that's the thing, though. Like, this whole thing with Greenland and NATO and the UN army and Russian aggression, it's a really complicated domino-y kind of web of connections and cause and effects. And there's a lot of different ways it can go. So, I don't know, man. I'm not sure about this whole Greenland thing. I guess pray that I just pray that we can, whatever happens, it's done without bloodshed. I really hope, which I probably will be. I highly doubt that the Danes are gonna like pull their guns out at the Marines and go to war with us. Like, that's not going to end well for them, and they know it, which is why this article phrases them at they're being scared shitless and horrified about it.
Yeah.
And apparently they took a poll of Greenlanders, and the Greenlanders like basically said that like, yeah, we wouldn't mind being part of America. So, yeah, there's just a lot going on here. So we'll see about this one. Okay.
Wait, isn't Greenland the cold one?
Well, they're both cold.
Well, yeah, but isn't Greenland the one that's not green, and then Iceland's the one that's not ice?
Well, Iceland has like a lot of fertile ground because it's volcanic. It's basalt, which has a ton of minerals and heavy minerals, light minerals, nutrients, and stuff like that. So it's actually a pretty fertile island.
That's Iceland.
Yeah, Greenland is actually the same. It's just that it's covered in glacier.
So it is.
But Greenland is actually becoming, because of glacial retreat, it's kind of becoming actually accessible for resource extraction. So yeah. Exactly, like NDA says, like people forget.
Well, I got you. No, I was just trying to I was checking my memory is correct if I remember how things are. I'm not a geographist.
I am.
But yes, Greenland is closer. We start with Greenland, and then we go to Iceland, and then we claim Europe or England. Sorry, specifically, we just take back England.
Yeah, and NDA is correct. Like, it is a fantastic strategic location, which is why Trump is interested in it, because people don't realize that, like, when you look at a map, the way planes and logistical routes are routed across the planet, if you have to go from, Nova Scotia to, I don't know, fucking Japan or something like that, the plane doesn't fly east all the way across the Nordic countries, the Baltic Sea, and and Russia, and then goes to Japan. No, it just flies across the North Pole through the Arctic. It's actually a pretty damn short flight.
Yeah.
And people...
That's something I always find, like, I have a hard time wrapping my brain around it. And then I remember that that's how it works. I'm like, oh, yeah. Plane trips are not, like how people imagine plane trips is just like, oh, here's the place on the map, you fly straight. But the world's a fucking globe.
Yeah, people forget that, like, if you look at a map with the North Pole in the middle of the map, like, fucking Russia and the United States, and Russia and Canada, Alaska, and, like, Britain, and all these countries are all, like, right next to each other. You know what I mean? They're all right next to each other, circling, in the Arctic Circle, in the North Pole. And people like don't tend to be able to, grasp, because they're so, when you say, like, imagine a map of the planet, they all imagine that same image with the North and South America on the left, then the Atlantic Ocean, and then Europe and then Africa, and then
I'm not a globe since I was a kid.
So I'm not going to get into this. It's just interesting that he's actually serious about it. I'm very curious how this is going to develop, but, like, holy shit. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to immigration just a little bit. Let me see here. This one. So one of the key things that he did was executive order allowing deportation of foreign students who express support for Hamas or Hezbollah.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, like, if you come to this country on a foreign visa and support terrorism, then you go home. That's kind of a no-brainer. This was a funny one. So this was a criminal alien during a deportation operation yesterday, who was going back to Haiti, the land of milk and honey, according to Conan O'Brien. Remember when Trump famously called Haiti a shithole country?
It is.
It is.
It is a shithole country. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, everyone knows this. They virtue signal that it's not. So.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
He get one of those Obama phones?
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery. This Salvadorian
Asta.
charged locally with
They found him.
They found him. D&D is over, lads. No sound. What do you mean?
What was that? Charged locally with what? Go back?
Hang on. They're saying that... Chat's saying that they can't hear this. I'm gonna... Here, I'll just replay it.
They said that he was charged locally with rape and released?
I can barely hear it. How about now?
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery. This Salvadoran illegal alien charged locally with rape and released by a sanctuary jurisdiction.
Pause.
This Dominican...
Chat, we were so close to becoming England.
Yeah.
Chat, and did you understand? Like, when Elon says that, like, this was, like, a major pivotal moment in, like, civilization, I genuinely believe that.
There's no hyperbole.
He's correct. That's not a hyperbole. That's not like, oh my god, dude, we won. This is awesome. This is the best thing ever. No, that is like, there is no hyperbole in that. We were very, very, very close to becoming England. You know who's friends with Keir Starmer?
A lot of bad people are, I know that.
Kamala Harris.
Oh god, Jesus. Dude, the whole like I'm not covering it tonight, but there's like a whole thing about this what's the country in Africa? Starts with an M, I think. Shit, not Rhodesia. I don't know, but
That's not them.
it's some country down there. It's the one that they had like this ridiculous immigrant exchange program that they were gonna do. But he's from there, and he like stabbed this girl like 20 something odd times. And that's like a big thing in Britain right now, is that story. And it's just like, yeah, like that.
Morocco?
Rwanda. Thank you, Viking. Rwanda. And it's just this whole awful fucking thing. It's just like another one of those like, you know, linchpin examples of like why you don't let invaders invade your country.
Yeah.
So yeah, this guy was like, he was like, Biden forever. Thanks you, Obama, for everything you've done for me, bro. I was gonna say, like, that's what he got. I think he might have gotten one of those Obama phones.
An illegal alien charged with assault with a deadly weapon and heroin trafficking. Officers also arrested this Guatemalan MS-13 gang member facing gun charges. ICE says he was released from local custody just the day before. Their detainer request was ignored because of sanctuary policies. And in a sign of shifting priorities with the new Trump administration, this man, who was in the same apartment as the target, was also arrested after ICE determined he's also in the U.S. illegally. This is what ICE calls collateral.
I mean, I don't know if I have anything.
What?
Yeah, that's all I have. That's all I have on like the deportation stuff, except like a timeline, I guess you can call it. Right here. They said that the deportation flights began Friday. This is yesterday. They made 538 arrests and lodged 373 detainees on Thursday. And then they made 8 arrests on Tuesday, Trump's first full day in office. Border czar Tom Homan said. Tom Homan's like the guy who's famously like, when, you know, the question to like, you're going to split up families. He's like, well, the children can go with them. That's that guy.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, which made 282 daily arrests on average in September. Administration says removal will pick up quickly, though. ICE and Border Patrol agents have been ordered to deport people who cross the border without authorization immediately and conduct expedited removals. So basically, like, no courtrooms, no rights. You're just gone. Essentially, you cross the line, you get thrown back over the line. That's it.
Yeah. You're not a citizen.
I don't know if
you're not owed shit.
Yeah, I don't think it's in here, but he also like basically deputized like a bunch of other like satellite agencies. Besides ICE.
You're not a resident. You're not legally here. You're an intruder. There are no rights. You don't.
Yeah.
You're not owed any. Be gone.
And here's the thing. Yeah, there is like a prioritization here. They're not targeting like dreamer kids, you know, right now. You know, like they're not targeting people who haven't committed a crime besides being in the country illegally. Those are the
people that have record.
Yeah, they're going for criminals at least first, and then they're gonna, you know, dig deeper and deeper and deeper, essentially. But eventually, they are going to get to otherwise law-abiding people, a lot of which you have contributed to the economy by starting businesses and, you know, doing this, paying taxes, blah, 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 blah. I don't know how they pay taxes as illegals, but whatever. But, you know, it sucks,
if you own a business,
but
you have to pay taxes.
Yeah, I don't know how it works, but there's a lot of people that are otherwise law-abiding and contributing members of society. You know what I mean? And it's just like, but it's just, I sympathize, but deep down, all of those people and the kids that they had, all the dreamers, have known since day one, being in the country without authorization, that this was a risk that they were taking on a daily basis. You know, but they were counting on sympathy and leniency and all this other kind of stuff to allow them to, you know, stay in the country and stuff like that. But there's always been the risk of this happening. And this is, you know, on a long enough time scale, everyone's survival rate reaches 0. You know, to quote Fight Club. And it was
the
bound.
law-abiding thing is mostly a myth. That's not true.
So
Source, me, my family, Pathos family.
there's a lot of members of Pathos family that they're in the country illegally, but they have done nothing wrong besides be in the country illegally.
Yeah.
And they could be deported in, who knows, months, maybe a year or so. We don't know like how fast this is going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But it's just like
it's real worrisome.
it is worrisome.
But
But
one of those dreamers.
yeah, but here's the thing: is that they've always run this risk. You know what I mean? It's on them. They're the ones who brought this on themselves, as harsh as that is. You know, and it
I
sucks.
don't think we're gonna go about like dreamers are at this point adults, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like there's no reason for them to go back home with their family to a country that they've never been to. You know?
Well, he should go back though because, well, number one, the DACA stuff got ruled unconstitutional the day before Trump was inaugurated on the 19th. So the Dreamers don't have protections anymore. So, I mean, if they're going to get deported, at least they'll know their families. You know, at least you know, that's best case scenario for these people. But it's like the Dreamers were stuck behind a rock in a hard place. But it's just like, well, blame your parents. Don't blame the government. Don't blame Trump. Don't blame Holman. Don't blame the law. Blame your parents. Your parents are the one who put you in this scenario against your consent. You know, and yeah, it's harsh, but that's just reality. It's just like, sorry.
I don't understand though. It's like, how are you in this country for so long and you don't like eventually get your residency, eventually get your.
Well, because the application process is kind of fucked in this country.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is.
It's just really strange, right? Like
it does seem strange, but it can take like more than a decade or more. It's kind of insane how long it takes to be able to get authorized. But it's just, it is what it is, you know. But in the meantime, all the stuff that he's doing up until that point, I'm totally for. Now, the birthright citizenship thing, that's a tricky one because that's like literally a part of the 14th Amendment. You can't just executive order that away. You know, that's not how this works. But it's funny, like watching like, you know, dumbass leftists on Twitter being like, he got blocked in the court, because that's what happened. Like some judge. Yeah. Let's see if I can find.
Which is valid, right? It is. Yeah, but this is basically like what I was telling like Beth about this. We had like a disagreement about it. It's just like it really sucks, but the reality of the world is laws are made because of the bad apples.
Yeah,
laws are made for people in society. No, laws are made because bad apples do things that are wrong, and then you have to make laws to basically prevent them from doing those things that are wrong. So it sucks that like the majority of good people get fucking shafted by this, right? It blows. But that's just the way it is.
Well, the thing is
that
you
can't blame the government for reacting to a problem. You can't blame the government for reacting to people, you know, abusing, right, birthright citizenship, right? People abusing all these systems to basically try to get into the country and stay in the country. You can't blame the country for seeing a problem and then addressing it, right? You have to blame the people that made it a problem in the first place. You know, it sucks. But that's just the way it is. Rules are made because of the bad apples.
Yeah, exactly. It's this. That's kind of like that's where the you have to go back phrase comes from. And it's used kind of flippantly, you know what I mean? But that's what it means. Is that like we understand, we even sympathize, but you have to go back. You know what I mean? Like it's just like enough is enough. And the thing is, and the cold fact is no matter what your good intentions are, no matter how otherwise innocent you are, no matter how much you committed to your you know, community or whatever, the fact is that you violated our sovereignty. You violated our sovereignty as a country. You violated our sovereignty as a culture, as a people. You came in without. The fact is that you came into the country without our consent, which means that we have every right to remove you from the country without your consent.
Yeah, it's true. It sucks, but that's just the way it is.
It sucks, but that's the way it is. Yeah.
I will say, like, one thing, it's like, here's the thing, right? I had a conversation with Faith also recently about like the difference between something being justified and something being okay. Right? Those are very different things. Right? I think a lot of people come to this country illegally, and I think it's justified. Right? It really is just do or die for some of these people. Right?
Oh yeah, that's
example,
like the actual refugees, like
Yeah,
actual
example,
people fleeing war and persecution, etc.,
Yeah.
etc.
In the case of Peito's family, her fucking grandpa fucked up with the cartels. Right? So her family literally fled the cartels to come here. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things where you have to kind of be like, I think it's justified. It really is do or die. It's do you commit a crime or do you die?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I think it's justified that you do something bad in a situation. But because something is justified doesn't mean it's okay.
I will never blame
Doesn't mean
somebody
that there's no
for.
consequences. Doesn't mean there's no, it doesn't mean that they're still not going to have to deal with like the repercussions of those actions. It's not okay, and you can't expect people to just accept it because it's not. It sucks, but you can't just force your problems onto other people and then expect them to just accept it because you were justified in your actions.
Yeah, like I will never like fault somebody for essentially acting in legitimate ways for their own self-survival. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I complete because that's exactly what I would do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But actions don't happen in a vacuum, and they do have consequences.
Yep.
And that's just the harsh reality, So, yeah, that's. I think we're both on the same page here. So, but yeah, so this is what happened with the birthright citizenship thing. It says the federal judge temporarily blocks executive order to end birthright citizenship for aliens, which was expected. Yeah, and this is the thing. This is like the first Twitter post I found that actually that's like, yes, this is the strategy. The strategy is to force it into the Supreme Court. That's the whole strategy of it.
They have majority. Yeah.
This will now likely expeditiously head to the Supreme Court where we have a majority. But it's not about the majority in this case. It's about its constitutionality regarding the 14th Amendment. More specifically, it's about the language, which is not 100% clear to include birthright citizenship. The 14th Amendment was not supposed to be interpreted the way that they claim for birthright citizenship. Yeah, it was meant for slaves. That's who it was meant for, because slaves were brought here against their will. And when they were freed, like, where do they go? That's what birthright citizenship was for the freed slaves. I expect the Supreme Court to rule in favor of Trump, but even if they don't, they might make significant changes to make clear. If the Supreme Court fails, which I don't anticipate they will, it will take congressional action to make any changes to the 14th Amendment. Yeah, and that's hard. Because you have to get like 3/4 of the Senate and like 2/3 of the states or something like that. You have to get like a massive, insane majority to be able to ratify something to the Constitution. Trump would need 2/3 majority. Oh, he said it right here. 2/3 majority in both the House and Senate, which he's not going to get, as well as ratification by 3/4 of the states, which he's not going to get. Which may be a high bar, but I still think it can be done.
I don't think so.
Dude. Fucking JD Vance, the VP, had to cast a tie-breaking vote to confirm the fucking SecDef. That's how close just for the Secretary of Defense, Do you honestly think he's going to get that many people on the Dem side to sway to get 2/3 of the Senate? Like, it's just not going to happen. I mean, hell, there's probably some Republicans that'll defect for them, if anything. Like, I just don't see this happening. The Supreme Court is the only solution here. This is what Trump wants. He doesn't want his executive order. He wants the constitutional amendment. Yeah, or a reinterpretation of an originally bad interpretation of the current amendment by the courts. I think this is a little bit of hopium here, but they're right in what the strategy is, essentially. The point of the ratification process is that if any of the dissenting states decided to revolt over it, they'd be steamrolled in a week because of how outnumbered they'd be. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, That's the thing. The founders were like pretty much all in their 20s and early 30s. And holy shit, were they smart. Like, damn. So that's what's going on with birthright citizenship. It's an interesting thing. It's definitely going to get played out in the courts. It's not going to go anywhere legislatively. I think it's hopium to think that. Climate and drilling. He basically said drill baby drill. That does mention the World Health Organization that we pulled out of. So we will no longer basically being held under a tyrannical, unelected group of medical bureaucrats.
Yippee! Fuck those guys.
Yeah, so this is fantastic. And also the World Health Organization, again, we've talked about this with the UN and the EU and like all that kind of shit. The World Health Organization is primarily funded by two countries, the United States and China. So with us pulling out, I don't think that the Chinese alone are going to be able to hold this organization up. It's probably going to crumble. So we'll see that. What happens there. Trump issued another order declaring a national energy emergency. That's basically him allowing him to drill. Tariffs and taxes. Oh, this is a huge one, but I am economically not very smart, chat. The whole tariff thing, I've tried to wrap my head around if it's a good or a bad thing. It's just not my place to comment on it. So I'm not going to focus on that for this stream.
Well, okay, so what's going to happen is basically the price of things is going to go up.
That's what I get, is because the importers, which is the people bringing in from the United States, are the ones who pay the tariffs. And they're just going to pass that on to the consumers.
Yeah, absolutely. Things are going to get more expensive for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's always, that's pretty much what it is.
It's
so things get more expensive for a while. And then, here's the thing though, this is going to incentivize basically, like, buying from American companies.
Well, that's the thing though, is that there's a lag there's a lag where we're going to kind of suffer financially.
It's going to be expensive for like a year or so.
We have to
and then they're going to get better.
Yeah, because we have to allow the expansion of various industry sectors to accommodate for those loss of imports to be able to produce it here. So the time between when the tariffs go into place and those infrastructure set up,
years from now, not now.
It's a long-term thing. Yeah, we're honestly gonna suffer, which is why he's floated things like removing the federal income tax entirely, abolishing the IRS. He's gonna establish the External Revenue Service, which is charged entirely for tariff management and that kind of stuff. So
What this does is, again, it's going to make things more expensive for a while, but then as industries start to basically, like, re-flourish in the U.S., and we start basically doing less exportation from other countries, importation, I guess, from other countries.
It'll force us to produce here, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. It'll force us to produce here, and it's going to take a while for those industries to basically start up and, like, actually get going, but as they do, you're going to see the prices of things go down and down and down. And meanwhile, the economy itself will also improve. Because you're going to see more money circulating within our country.
And that's the thing, is that like all of the gears have to be turning in the right direction for this all to come together and actually work. But like if one or two of these gears pops out, then the whole system could fuck the entire economy. You know what I mean? So it's a really risky move that I feel like. So we're gonna have to tighten our belts in the meantime, though. For sure, but the thing is, like, you reduce.
There aren't a whole lot more moves other than just letting things continue as they are, which will only make them continue to get worse.
Yeah, people feel like, I think that in order to feed narratives, people are reducing the entire conversation to just tariffs when there's a lot more pieces to the puzzle that go into this economic plan that people aren't paying attention to. Like I said, like tax reductions, like DOGE. DOGE is a big thing that they're trying to use to cut, federal budgets and stuff like that. Get rid of a lot of this bullshit spending. So
it's gonna help a lot.
We'll see. Yeah, and like Mark Hugh, you're right. If Trump keeps cutting taxes, it's going to be cheaper for foreign countries to produce in the U.S. and export back to their own countries. So we can even like bring in manufacturing into the country like a lot of like Japanese car companies do this. There's a lot of Japanese car companies that have manufacturing plants here, like Toyota Honda plants and stuff like that here in America that hire Americans and stuff like that, because it's cheaper for them to set up shop locally in the country rather than import everything. So there's so many pieces to this international trade puzzle that people are woefully reducing into simplistic terms for the sake of narrative feeding. And while I can kind of understand some of it, I'm not smart enough to understand all of it. So, but, you know, well, in the meantime, yeah, we're going to have to tighten our belts. That's just, there's no ifs or ands or ways around that. But I am cautiously optimistic that it can be pulled off, and we can actually get back into a good manufacturing economy again, and not have everything that says "Made in China." So, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna skip TikTok because we have a whole topic about that after this. Transgender rights, basically, he declared there's only two sexes, which again is one of those whiplash kind of things, where it's just like the fact that this has to be said at a federal level is embarrassing as a country.
The way he wrote it is kind of not this part, but like the part where he identifies what male and female is.
Yeah, like large and small gametes or whatever.
Yeah, but so the way he worded it was that it's like that at conception.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Which is very funny to me.
It is really funny.
It's weird. I think that what that is that he's targeting the whole, like, that assigned at birth language that the trans activists use. Which is like one of those language manipulation things that they do, because you're not assigned a gender at birth. It's observed. It's not assigned, it's observed. Nature assigned it to you, not the doctor. The doctor's just observing it.
It's why I hate when people like go into this whole thing. It's like, dude, you know what a boy and a girl are. You know what a man and a woman are. And anyone that pretends like they don't is fucking lying to you. Anyone that pretends like they don't, they're ideologically and politically motivated to pretend like they don't. But they know. They know. And they inherently know. Everyone inherently knows.
And they've marred themselves in it so much too.
Yeah, which is why I hate that he went out of his way to like write it in like a scientific term, when he really could have just said a man is a human being.
Adult human male, adult human female, kind of like really, really basic.
Yeah, like
101.
Dude. Yeah, you know what this means. Everyone knows what this means. Fuck off. Basically.
But that's the problem though, is that these people are so weaselly. You know what I mean?
Well, so the issue with the way that he wrote it is that now basically, according to the way that he wrote it, which this is the other thing I hate. I hear when people are like online are like, oh my god, how'd you not know this? We learned this shit in like 5th, 6th grade. No, you fucking didn't. You're retarded. You're fucking
god.
No, you fucking did not. You did not learn this obscure random fucking bit of information as a fucking like
in grade school. Yeah.
You know, in grade school before you ever fucking took like sex ed. A. B. No, you do not fucking recall this obscure random piece of information. You looked it up and fucking, like, for this specific occasion. So then pretend like you're fucking smart. You fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Blow your fucking brains out, please. But, like...
Waste of oxygen.
Literally. But it's just, like, people are, like, mad at him because of the way that he wrote it. And yes, it's fucking stupid. Because basically the men don't exist. men don't exist according to the way that he wrote it. We're all women. All of us are women. All of us. But everyone knows what he fucking means. Everyone knows what he fucking means. Anyone that pretends like they don't know what he fucking means is a fucking imbecile.
Yeah,
they're like a politically like obsessed imbecile.
He should have worded it from like moment of birth or something like that. Because you're right, like everyone actually, like right at the very beginning of conception, everybody does start off female, and then they actually change to male just like a little bit into the process.
It's like 5 weeks in or something like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's a few weeks into the process that they actually is actually changed to male. So I don't know. Well, you know what he could do? He'll probably at some point just write an executive order that just corrects it or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's not a huge deal. But yeah, you're right. It is kind of funny. But again, he did that because, you know, it sounds absurd, but that's because the movement against it is absurd. It's like you have to, one of those, you have to fight fire with fire, you know, fight absurdity with absurdity kind of things. Okay, this is a hilarious one. Renaming the Gulf of Mexico and other America First priorities. So I actually sent this to you earlier this week. See if I have
You
it
did.
here.
And I thought it was the funniest shit.
So Florida
I was
becomes...
like, that's stupid. And I was like, well, yeah, but when you think about it, it makes more fucking sense. Right? Like, the Gulf is not just Mexico.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's really weird to call it the Gulf of Mexico in hindsight, because...
Yeah,
well,
it's not... He's not
half
calling
of it is touching Mexico, and half of it is touching the United States. He's not calling it the Gulf of the United States. He's calling it the Gulf of America.
Exactly.
Because
It's
it is
not the Gulf of
North
the United
America.
States. Yeah. Yeah, the Gulf of North America could have worked too, but the Gulf of America makes sense.
I think Gulf of North America sounds better.
Yeah.
Personally.
Gulf of North America. I guess if there was a Gulf
Space
in
Florida.
South America, then yeah, you would need to call it North America. But either way, semantics aside, this actually makes sense. It makes more sense to call it the Gulf of America or North America. And Florida, the state which I now reside in, man, I learned so much stuff about
wanna go
Florida.
back.
Dude, I learned so much stuff about Florida after I had already moved here that just made me love it even more. Like, they don't put fluoride in the water, at least in the town that I live.
That depends. They
so-
well, actually, I think they stopped doing it. I think they used to, and they stopped.
So, well, I live on the Space Coast.
That's like a recent change, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So I live on the Space Coast, and they don't, like, my county and the surrounding counties banned fluoridization of the water. They banned like the chemtrail stuff, like that kind of stuff, and they banned smog tests for like vehicle registration. And I was like, oh my god, I didn't know any of this amazing stuff before I moved here. I was already sold. I was already here, and I was like, oh my god, I love this state.
Yeah, it's great. I want to go back. I recently learned that like Alabama is like super like authoritative conservative in some ways, and I really don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like people that like, because the thing, right?
It's antebellum South kind of.
It's like so obviously the topic of whatchamacallit, fucking abortion, has been a bit prevalent in my household recently, for reasons that have yet been confirmed. And so we were talking about it, and it's like, here's the thing, right? For the most part, a lot of my views are pretty conservative, but that's just because that just happens to be like most of the things that are talked about. Abortion's one of those things where I'm like, nah, dude, just kill babies. I don't fucking care.
You have stated many times in the past that you have no problem with killing babies.
Yeah, I'm all for killing babies. But I understand, right? If a state wants to be like, no, we don't want anyone killing babies in our state, right? I think it's a little fucked, right? I don't think it's the state's fucking business. But sure, no worries. We'll just go over to Georgia. No, Alabama has a fucking law where if you are caught either leaving the state to get an abortion or aiding someone in like leaving the state to get an abortion, or if you're caught after doing that, then you can get in fucking trouble for it. It's like, motherfucker, stick to your fucking state and your fucking business.
Yeah,
Jesus
that's a little
fucking
too far, I have to
Like,
say.
fuck right off, dude. And I told Paith about that because I was like, she's like, oh my god, like, you know, what if? And I was like, well, if we just fucking do it. If you decide that you want to get it aborted, right? Then we're gonna fucking hop over to Georgia, or Florida, or wherever. We're gonna get it done. And if anyone has a fucking problem with it, they can take it up with me. I don't fucking mind. I'll happily tell government officials to piss off. I don't care. Like, I'm fully prepared to tell the law to go fuck itself if I think it's fucking wrong. That's authoritative as fuck. And I will gladly bash a fucking head in my fucking front lawn if that's what is required for people to understand that.
I mean, if you go to Florida, you just stay there. You know what I mean? Then you're not like
That's what I told her. That's what I told her. Like she's like, oh, but it's because dude, it's so fucking dumb. It's like, oh, it's because we're residents. Like, so?
Hey, just stay in
fuck.
Florida.
Yeah, I was like, dude, worst case scenario, we just moved down to Florida, just live with my fucking family. Like, screw it.
I mean, fuck, if you,
You
have
know,
to, I could
like,
put
it's-
you up. You know, like,
like it's really like it's one of those things where it's like, it's just not like, again, if the states want to have the right to choose whether or not people are allowed to do things, you know, with their bodies.
mm-hmm.
Okay, fine, whatever. I'll just go to a different state. But if you're now gonna go and tell me that I can't go to a different fucking state, I'm gonna tell you to go fuck yourself and die. Like, piss off, dude. Now
Yeah,
you're just like, you're not just controlling me within your domain, within your house. You're telling me that I can't leave your fucking house to do things that you don't allow in your house.
I'm actually kind of surprised that hasn't been challenged up to the Supreme Court on 10th Amendment grounds. You know what I mean? Because they're like kind of like if you go to another state to do it, that you like they're basically like saying like we have like extradition treaties with other states to prosecute you for something you did in another state. It's just like can you imagine if like Las Vegas, like Clark County, which is where Las Vegas is in, like basically like said you can't engage in prostitution here, which they do, and so they just go to Pahrump, which is like in the neighboring county over where all the brothels are. It's like no, Clark County can still like arrest you or whatever and charge you for going over. It's just like, well, you're in a breach of jurisdiction there. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, they build casinos right on the state line between like Nevada and California. Like right on the state line, there's a casino on the Nevada side. That's like if Californians like go to Nevada all the time to gamble, and then they come back, and it's illegal. That kind of gambling is illegal in California or whatever. It's like, what if they had a law that said like, no, we could still arrest you? It's like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy. So
you're telling me, oh, you can't smoke in my house.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's all on
Go onto the street.
And it's
no.
all on and it's all on 10th Amendment grounds. It's all on 10th Amendment grounds, which is like basically state sovereignty, which is like I'm honestly kind of surprised that hasn't been argued up to the Supreme Court, because I have a feeling that the Supreme Court would strike that down.
Yeah, dude, it was absolutely fucking wild. Like when she told me that, I was like, okay, well at that point they're just being fucking cunts. They can fucking piss off and do what the fuck I want. If they have a problem with it, well, it's gonna become a big problem, really fast.
I'll tell you right now though that the ACLU would totally fund your lawsuit all the way to the Supreme Court if that happened to you. Just tell the ACLU what's going on and be like, this is blatantly wrong and unconstitutional, which it is. It's like, me, I'm a good Christian boy. I think abortion is disgusting, despicable, and shouldn't be a thing. But that's me. You know what I mean?
It's fine. I think
we disagree on the abortion issue. We've had this argument before.
Here's the thing. I do think it's gross, but I also have no qualms with it. That's the thing. Like, I just like, I don't have any qualms with like children being murdered, especially if it's either they get murdered or they have to live down a life of poverty because their parents can afford to, take care of them or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, I'm sorry, but I'd rather my child be fucking dead than homeless.
Yeah. Well.
Like that's just the way I think, right? But it's okay. If Pitt pregnant, we're gonna probably keep it.
I hope so.
Her parents want us to have a kid, and her parents' neighbors want us to have a kid, because basically like her brother is finally found a home, so they're finally taking their the nephew, because the nephew's been living with like her parents for.
Just hope they don't get deported.
Like 4 fucking months. No, they're legal.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the nephew has been living with her parents.
Mm-hmm.
For like 4 months.
This is like classic like Mexican Hispanic like family raising culture right here.
Kind of. Typically the entire family's together. Typically the grandparents don't straight up raise the kid by themselves without the parents.
But they're usually like pretty tight with each other. Like when you say when I say nuclear family, I say as a white dude, that's me and my parents, and any siblings that I have. But like Hispanics, they include like grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle in that equation. So
I live like very, very like I grew up like very, very close to like my grandma. Like my grandma's like the person I'm closest to in my family by like a mile, even though like my mom always lived with me. But yeah, like so like they've been like, oh man, you know, the baby's leaving because like they love the baby, right?
Yeah.
Like these are older people who like haven't. Oh, actually, well, her parents have kids that are like pretty young, but like the neighbors don't. Like the neighbors are, you know, like more like older folks, so they're like they love the little kiddo. And so like you guys gotta have a baby. You guys got. You guys are married now. There's no excuse. That's like, but we don't have a house. We don't have our own house. And it's like, so.
Honestly, though, that's the kind of family you want, though.
Yeah.
You want a family that is rooting for your success as your own family. Who wants to see you thrive and succeed. That's the kind of family you want. You want a family that pesters you, like, when are you gonna give me a grandkid? All that kind of stuff. You want that.
Yeah.
You know.
I was like worried for a little bit because like my mom and my stepmom were both like, no kids. You guys are real speedy right now. You guys are getting married and stuff. Right? No kids. But it's just like, dude, fuck you. My fucking cousin who's like a year older than me and her boyfriend, they're not married, they're not even engaged, have a kid. Piss off. Fuck you.
Sometimes the order of things that are supposed to happen get jumbled.
My fucking mom never got married. She's got fucking 3. Piss off. Eat shit.
Hi, Angel. The last thing I want to cover here is creating DOGE. So this is the first report of DOGE's first 48 hours in operation. Or no, 80 hours. 80 hours.
I still find it really amusing that it's literally called DOGE.
Department of Government Efficiency. Like, that is like a meme in and of itself. It's a meme. It's what do they call it? Meme magic. Yeah, that's like meme magic, perfect to perfection right there.
Yeah, dude.
So this is not a good like skew on it. They said that DOGE announced its results for its first 80 hours of work, and it's way behind schedule. They say here that the Department of Government Efficiency announced Friday in a post on X that in 80 hours it had canceled approximately $420 million worth of current or impeding government contracts, as well as 2 leases. According to Business Insider's calculations, that amounts to canceling about $126 million worth of contracts per day. If the group works at that pace all of the 530 days between January 20th and DOGE's target end date of July 4th, 2026, it would cancel around $67 billion in contracts each year. That would end up being about 3% of Musk's original goal of slashing $2 trillion from the federal budget, or 7% of his pared-down goal of $1 trillion.
Well, wait, hold on.
But
wait, hold on. I get what they're fucking saying.
It's retarded, though.
But that's fucking retarded. That's like saying, okay, hold on. Let me explain why it's fucking retarded. Right? That's like saying, oh, you know, because they've been like real slow with these first few like smaller fucking like things, right? Because these first few downloads are small, but still take a while because you have to go through like initiate the processes for all these things, right? That means that this is gonna be a linear progress for the entire rest of it. Like, no, dude, that's not how that works. This is not like a linear thing, right? Like when you're downloading shit, you know how like you're downloading several packets, right? You're downloading several different files whenever you download like a video game, for example, just to break into like simple terms that everyone can understand, right? Not every single file is going to download in 10 seconds. Some files are going to take a minute. Some files are going to take a little longer than that because the size of those files will vary. So the size of the people that need to be cut from these companies are going to fucking vary. And you're going to end up with situations where it's like, oh, on this day we cut 3 times what we cut yesterday because this particular group had a lot of shit to cut. And then you move on to the next one, right? Like, it's not going to be like a linear, straight thing.
Not only won't be linear, but they're still in like the early days of the ramp up. You know, like,
yeah,
everything is still. It's the same thing with like immigration. It's like, oh, they made like a few hundred arrests. It's like you're never going to get the 20 million illegals that you want to get. It's like, well, besides the people who are going to self-deport, you're assuming that the rate's going to stay the same. It's like, no, they're just getting started. They're ramping up. Like the rate's going to get higher and higher and higher over the weeks and months going into the first year. You know, like it's such a like this is, and the thing is that this author knows that this is true. That it's just like they're just being a petty little, you know, gotcha journalist idiot who thinks they're clever when they're really not. They even say here, DOGE's early activity is no guarantee of what's to come, especially given how quickly things are changing at the group and how much remains unknown about its organization. I haven't clicked this link, but I guarantee you it's about Vivek leaving.
Wait, what happened?
Vivek Ramaswamy, he left the DOGE group because he wants to be governor of Ohio. That's why.
Oh.
So
is it just Musk?
Well, it's Musk and whoever he hires. So
you're right.
Most of the focus is being on DEI contracts and empty buildings. So that's why I said like before how like DOGE is going to take control over the DEI, you know, stuff. And it's like right here. That's what this is. Like, he signs the executive order outlining it, and DOGE immediately like takes care of it essentially. So
start with the small ones, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just get them out of the way real quick. Yeah, it's not gonna have a whole lot of fucking meat and again, they're literally like these are like small fucking groups of people that are just fucking slurping fucking money for free. Again, like as you said, like empty fucking offices, because you need to have like a place listed as your like legal business location. People will like rent these like tiny little fucking spaces and be like, "This is my legal business place."
Mm-hmm. And I also found this here because like it basically outlines like what is going to actually have to be tackled, because like yeah, you can grab a few billion there, a few billion there, but if you want to get to 2 trillion like he wants, he is going to have to eat into any of the 4 third rails of the economy, and that is Social Security, national defense and veteran support, transfers to state, which is like pork barrel earmark, and then the Medicare program, which is like the welfare programs. Like, these make up such large swaths that of the overall spending, you know, the 6.16 trillion federal budget we spent in 2023, that some of this is going to have to get eaten into. I have a feeling that a lot of it will actually be national defense. I think he's going to actually pull a lot. He's going to defund a lot of military spending abroad, and he's going to bring that money back into the coffers. And I think a lot of these cuts are going to happen in national defense. That's just me, though. I don't think he's going to touch Social Security. Social Security, out of all of these, Medicare and Social Security are like the 2 biggest third rails that you just don't touch. They're like the most sacred things of the government, which is bullshit because Social Security is purely like a boomer pension program, and boomers would have gotten 10 times more money if they just stuck it into a normal 401k or an index fund in the stock market. It's fucking bullshit. Now, the other one is transfer to states. It's all the earmark spending and stuff like that states get.
Oh.
I can see that these 2 national
The thing
defense...
is, you have to remember, like, not all boomers have like these successful careers and these 401ks and all these blah 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 blah. For example, like my grandparents live entirely off of Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Well, I
it's
understand
full.
that, but my point is that it's I don't mind the boomers taking it because the boomers contributed to it. It's their program. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the generations after the boomers should be something different.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the success of DOGE is going to be. I think it'll be significant, and I think he can meet the 1 trillion. I think he can meet the 1 trillion. Whether he gets to 2 trillion, I'm not sure about that. But I think he can hit 1 trillion. I think he can find that. That's all I wanted to cover in regards to all the different executive orders that he did. I did want to highlight one more thing that happened, which is fucking embarrassing as hell, which was the woke lecture he got from the bishop of the Episcopal Church. Have you seen that? Have you seen this?
I've not seen the video. I just know that it happened.
So it is a tradition in presidential inaugurations that the president and his basically like the VP and the president's wife and you know that the cadre basically of people entering the White House go to a service at the next Sunday at this Episcopal church. And this Episcopal church went woke a long time ago. And they have like female bishops, and they preach wokeness from the lectern. It's basically, it should have been deconsecrated, and the bishop should have been defrocked years and years and years ago. But Trump got a cringy lecture from a quote-unquote woman. And this is what it was. Oh, wait. I don't know if the browser is broadcasting this. There we go. Okay.
Like, they're just staring at her like...
Oh.
Enjoy it. It's your last one.
Dude, Melania is staring daggers at this bitch. And look, this is JD Vance's wife. She's just like, really, you're fucking doing this? She looks so exhausted by this shit. She's like, you could tell she's like, I can't wait for all these woke fucks to go away.
Dude, find you a girl that stares at other bitches the way Melania stares at other women, dude. Dude, if you can get some European women.
Dude, a woman who like adores you and despises everyone else. That's the perfect woman.
Peak, dude.
I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are
Look at Vance. He's like,
gay,
really?
lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families. Some who fear for their lives. And
Why?
The people who pick
Look at
our
Vance.
cars.
Look at Vance. Look at how he's just he's just so exhausted and uninterested in this lecture. He's just like, and she's the same way. Like, and then these two are just stone faced.
And clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals. They may not be citizens.
You believe this shit?
I fucking love it whenever leftists pull like the indentured servitude argument. Like, we need a permanent servant class. Don't you know that? Who else is going to be our servants? But the Mexicans. It's really racist and disgusting.
Yeah, it really is.
Or have the proper documentation. But the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals.
The bishop suddenly...
So that was the woke lecture.
Wait,
and
I want to see what this guy say about it. I'm curious.
Oh, Sky News
This
is
is
great.
Sky News Australia.
Sky
dude.
News Australia is
I know.
great.
I want to hear this.
A media star, and soon she was on The View to discuss her brave and fearless outburst.
Let me ask you this. You seem to have more fearlessness than anyone in Congress right now, ma'am. What made you decide to use that opportunity for this message, or didn't you have any apprehension about it?
Thank you, first of all, for allowing me to be with you today. My responsibility that morning, yesterday morning, was to reflect, to pray with the nation for unity. And as I was pondering what are the foundations of unity, I wanted to emphasize respecting the honor and dignity of every human being.
Coach.
That's the kind of shit that got us into like the most divisive we've been since the Civil fucking War. You know?
Yeah.
Like, that's the attitude. I think that's like the toxic positivity shit right there, to a degree, you know? Not to a degree, it just is. That got us into like
unity of everyone except for the people that we disagree with. Those people need to go. And if you don't want our forced unity, then you gotta go.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear what he has to say.
The media, particularly in the US, is very good at using emotion to drive debates. And I think we've seen evidence on this with the immigration debate, where there are people crying on the border as if, this one individual case has, more weight than the more macro issue of capacity in the country, etc. What did you make of the way that this woman just became a star? She became the champion of the people on The View, who very soft interview, by the way. What do you make of the way that they've done that?
Emotion is very powerful. It speaks more powerfully than facts and logic, so it makes sense that it's a tactic the media uses. But I do think in time, if you keep repeating the same original tactic again and again, it does lose its bite, and that's certainly happening, back to the trust in media being at an all-time low. I also would say that a Christian holy message shouldn't require a PR tour after that. If she really was using prayer to bring unity, as she said, why is she running around in the media? That's not something we typically see from priests or people from the church, so that's interesting. There's lots of investigations into who she is, and she's been a political activist and quite staunchly opposed to Trump for many years. That's all coming out now. But, this will run its course. I don't think it's going to change any minds or certainly change the agenda that Team Trump is pursuing full speed with respect to immigration and the other issues that she raised. And this will probably be in the dustbin of history by next week.
Yep.
Perfectly said.
Dustbin of
That was
history.
beautifully said. Beautifully articulated. Here it is. Yeah, so that's what she did. The moment she went viral for this, she just went on a massive media tour. So her name was Marion Edgar Budd.
When is she gonna get a podcast and a fucking like an NFT rug pull? Jesus twins.
It's spitting on cocks. Let's see. So yeah, she did an interview with the New York Times. She appeared on The View. She went on the Rachel Maddow show, that fucking mad cow. I want to say, as well as a granted interview to NPR, Time Magazine, and the Associated Press. So she just went this all through. She just milked the shit out of this virtue signaling trash. And look at him. He's looking at her like, this bitch. Yeah, here she is on CNN. Here she is on Maddow. Yeah, so she just did the ringer of the press junkets. It's fucking dustborn of history. That's a good one. Oh, man. Democratic liberty exists solely because we have slaves. Freedom is not possible without slavery. The Richmond Enquirer. Sounds like that, what's that African tribe who's like basically said like the ethos at the central core of our nation is the is the slave trade. I can't remember what it is. It's the one remember that movie The Woman King? You remember that? Yeah, it was that tribe. That tribe was like the most famous like African slaver nation in all of African history.
Dude, I remember that movie came out. Dude, everyone was like talking about it, and I was like, dude, this is like the biggest like self-cuck in history.
Totally.
Like, imagine being such a historical cuck that like you make a movie celebrating the people that sold your ancestors into slavery.
Yeah, villain got it. The Kingdom of Dahomey. That's right. Yep.
Such a massive self-cuck.
I fucking love having a chat that just like knows this shit.
Yeah, your ancestors are fucking rolling in their fucking graves.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the fucking guy! That's the guy right there! He's the one that did it to me!
Yeah, honestly, he shouldn't have been surprised. It's an Episcopalian church in BC. Being a gay race communist is pretty much mandatory of their clergy. Yeah, dude, the Episcopal Church fell a long time ago. There's a lot of denominations that have just gone by the wayside, essentially, because of their just obsession with like trying to appeal to the masses, essentially, like that. It's like no, it's like it's like the way that you appeal to the masses is by having the courage of your own conviction. You know what I mean? Like that's how that works. Like people don't want a cucked religion. That doesn't attract people. But they also don't want you know, I'm not going to get into it. It's not for this stream. Okay, that's everything about Trump. Now, is Patho available?
My lord! I'll go get it. It's time!
I want to talk about TikTok.
It's TikTok time! The clock is tick-tocking! You gotta hurry up before the clock tick-tocks! Tick-tock, tick-tock, waiting on you!
No, it's
Good.
fine. She didn't know that. She didn't know when it was going to happen.
Wait, I want more yogurt.
That's the one.
Oh.
It is.
She wants my
Look at
yogurt.
Oh.
So my
This
mouth
one.
hurts.
Why?
Too much sugar. Add the little fucking
Need to
bee
refresh
stings.
a bunch of these
You
tabs
know, I
for a
told you
sec.
I wasn't happy with Pickle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you wait the design?
Yeah.
Oh, you were.
No.
You didn't tell me that.
Oh, whoopsies.
Did you change it?
I'm sketching it so I can send it to the lady.
Let me see it.
The lady, the homegirl.
What lady?
I actually want to hang on.
Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot you mentioned. Yeah, you're gonna decide a bit. Let me see.
It's mostly the hair and eye makeup.
Let me see.
Every time you talk to Payphil like this,
Ooh.
I'm gonna make my
Yeah.
avatar lose tracking so it looks like it's attacking me in the
Anyway,
watch.
I'm gonna get more yogurt.
Yeah, he's like TikTok, TikTok. Come on, we
Yeah,
gotta go.
exactly.
How about we shove it in a group chat so that I don't
Shove
have
it in
to
a
wonder
group
what
chat?
Helmsman is saying.
That's a great idea. Holmes, you ready to jump into a group chat?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Could you just invite her into this call? Add. Yeah, I can. Boom. 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 Wait, no, I don't want to do that. No! I didn't want to do that. You should. Paytho, I'm calling you.
What? We made a group chat. Paytho gets in it now. Just your share screen.
Why
And then
don't I
Paytho
see?
can come in.
Why
Paytho can just join whenever she
Oh,
wants.
there she is. There she is. She just joined. Okay.
Hi.
Cool.
I was confused about which one we were using.
You're good.
There's two group chats.
Oh, did he all?
I made one at the exact same time you did on accident. It's okay. It's okay. I'll figure it out later. Okay. So
I'm just gonna. Okay.
TikTok has had a hell of a ride over the last few days. So when was it? It was on the 19th when it happened, right? So TikTok on the 19th shut down in the U.S.
Well, hold on. It shut down on the 18th.
The 18th. Okay.
It was supposed to be the 19th, but they shut down like 4 hours earlier than they were supposed to.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so they shut down on the 18th. I guess it was like late at night.
Yeah, I was like in the middle of
Okay.
scrolling and it closed me out.
Okay.
Sorry.
Angel says that you sound mad, Payphil. I just think you sound Mexican.
I sound mad? About what?
And if you open the app, this is the message that you got. Did you get this message, Paytho? Sorry.
I sure did.
TikTok isn't available right now. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the U.S. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. And this wasn't something that you could just get around with a VPN because it was tied to your phone number.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't just change your phone number. Like, you can't just change your VPN to be in another country and get around it. No. It was tied to your phone number. So unless you had like a burner phone number that was from a foreign country, you couldn't, and make a new account with, you couldn't get on TikTok in the United States. Now, even if you were outside the country with a United States phone number, you couldn't get on it. So we are fortunate that it indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. Please stay tuned. And it's funny how they directly name Trump here.
You know what was... Oh. I'll let you finish this, and then I'll say my little. I think things are weird.
So this is what the official Twitter post from TikTok said about the ban. So they said, in agreement with our service providers, TikTok is the process of restoring service. We thank you, President Trump, for providing the necessary clarity and assurance for our service providers that they will face no penalties providing TikTok to over 170 million Americans, allowing over 7 million small businesses to thrive. It's a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. We will work. Well, it wasn't arbitrary, but we will work with President Trump on a long-term solution that keeps TikTok in the United States. Go ahead, Patho.
Okay. I think them making TikTok unusable in the States was crazy. Like the announcement blocking you out from using it.
Mm-hmm.
Because what we had been told was that TikTok would be usable. It would continue to be fine until TikTok continued to push out updates. App stores would no longer be able to update TikTok, rendering it unfunctionable over time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's also originally what TikTok said was going to happen as well. So to go from that, right, to shutting TikTok down even hours before it was supposed to is like really weird, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because it was just like a complete derail from what the original statement was. And it felt like it came out of nowhere. Because the original message for TikTok being removed, like the first initial message you got did not have Trump's name in it. But then if you closed it out and opened it up again, it had Trump's name in it. I wish I had a screenshot of the first message that I had gotten.
That was like before they even started talking to Trump about, or Trump signaled that he was going to get the app back by entering in some kind of a joint venture with.
No.
No.
That
Literally
was like
a few
when they shut it
seconds
down.
later.
Yeah. Literally, like
Oh.
it shut down. She started tapping at the screen like a fucking mad woman. And then she closed the app, and then she reopened it, and then it had this message. Like, we're talking like less than a minute past.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
weird. That's
Two completely
weird.
different messages. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's weird. So yeah.
It's like they were like, "Oh shit, we forgot to mention Trump's name. Hey, quick, change it, or something." Like,
Yeah. Which is just overall really odd.
mm-hmm.
Because I'm assuming this message has been ready for a while. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, it was an
we've been
imminent
knowing
thing
struggles
for
with it.
a long time. This was imminent. Because, like, I can't remember, like, when did Biden give the sign-off for it? He gave the sign-off for it.
This was in, what, 23? 23
Yeah.
was the end of, like, when... 23 was when the court hearing with Show happened.
Right.
With Mr. Chu. And then a whole year passed, and we weren't sure what was going to happen. And then we were told, it's going to be banned on the 19th.
But that happened in, like, December. That
Yeah.
So they had plenty of time to prepare these statements.
And it's just odd that their initial statement was
not with Trump's name in
Basically,
it.
like, sorry, but your government has not allowed this happen anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
And then she closed up the app and reopened it. And she was like, your government hasn't allowed the app anymore, but President Trump says that, they might bring it back, so stay tuned, basically.
Mhm.
Like, yeah.
Was weird.
Huh. That's weird. That is weird.
Mm-hmm. I wish I had the initial screenshot. Because it sounds crazy. I mean, it was literally, like, not even a full 5-10 minutes. Yeah. It literally was just, I closed it out and then reopened it.
Yep.
I keep losing tracking. Don't pay attention to me, like, thinking that I'm, like, telling you to move it along.
No, you're good. You're good.
So, as a result, and this happened before the ban happened because people were like, oh shit, this ban is in fact going to happen, and there's nothing that's going to stop it. There was an exodus to a surprising location, which was this a Chinese app, which is also a TikTok, is also a Chinese app, called Red Note. And it's funny too because like the translation of the company is actually called like the Little Red Book, which
Little
is like
Red Book.
literally a Maoist thing, which is fucking like hilarious. Like it's like an obviously communist app.
Yep.
You know? So a bunch of the TikTok addicts went over and found this Chinese app that didn't have English language support, by the way, at first.
Nope.
They rolled out English support when they saw like this massive surge of foreigners into the app.
Mhm.
And that happened. So and all kinds of meme-worthy stuff happened as a result. We had Americans learning that the Chinese are in fact racist in a lot of ways and don't give and don't like the LGBTQ shit. And
Except for lesbians, you're cool.
Yeah, lesbians are cool. Other than that, though, they don't fuck with you.
Yeah.
Literally.
And and that was funny, and to the point where like a lot of like these toxic, gender ideology TikTokers were banned on Red Note as well, because they're a bunch of fucking degenerate scum, and they are literally like whatever, like there's a word in Chinese, I think it's pronounced Baitsua. I might be pronouncing that wrong though, but it literally translates to white left. It's a derogatory term specifically to the Chinese, about basically like white, like holier than thou, politically correct leftists who are actually like they're coming to their conclusions because of like their racism and sexism and bigotry without realizing it. And the Chinese people generally hate them, and so they made up a name for them by the Baitsua, and then a bunch of Baitsua scum from TikTok swarmed over to Red Note, and they were either getting banned or they were getting trolled. There were accounts that were just like openly like being racist towards them, and then like the Baitsua would be like, "Wow, that's really racist. That's kind of sad," and then the reply would just be, "Yes." like thinking,
Yes.
thinking that Baishua, it's something like that.
Yes, correct. What are you gonna do about it? You going to get me cancelled?
It's like you think that
Try again.
It's like you think your judgments have power here. This cultural Marxist self-loathing is completely alien, and they laugh at it. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much anywhere outside of the West, every country outside of the West kind of laughs at it. So the platform known as Xiao Hongshu. God, dude, Chinese is a fucking beautiful language, man. I have to say.
I agree.
It's really fucking hard to learn. But my God, is it beautiful to listen to.
What's funny is on TikTok I'll get like ads for like these short stories that are they're acted out, right? I'll skip the English ones, but the moment I hear like Mandarin, I'm locked in, dude. I'm watching the full 5 minutes.
Yeah, because like you don't even need to be able to you don't even understand it. You just enjoy the sound of the language. It's just the most pleasant sounding language on the planet. I swear to God, it's so beautiful. Like that song that's sung during Isha's death scene in Arcane Season 2 is in Chinese. You know,
it's gorgeous, dude.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. They've experienced an unprecedented surge in U.S. adoption. According to analytics firm SimilarWeb, Red Note gained nearly 3 million U.S. users in a single day, skyrocketing from fewer than 700,000 daily active users to approximately 3.4 million. This dramatic influx has propelled the app to the top spot on Apple's U.S. App Store, indicating a remarkable shift in the American social media landscape. It's just so wild that, like, the reason that TikTok was banned in the first place, that was not what it wasn't because of the moral and cultural degeneracy. It was because of the cybersecurity and the Chinese data theft. That was basically acting like malware. And so the solution that the users came up with is like, well, let's just go to an overtly Chinese communist app.
Well, okay. So the original plan for moving to Red Note was it was originally just make an account and stay there, right? Just leave your account unused, scroll, do whatever, but don't make content. Or don't try to take over Red Note. That wasn't the original goal. But then, as the plan picked up more momentum, a lot of people were like, "Oh my gosh, we're gonna take over Red Note."
The unorganized people of TikTok, unsuccessfully kept the organization in their plan. No way.
I have to say that I was actually like shocked to the point of being impressed at how so many people all at once, like a hive mind, move from one app to the other.
I do think that it's like a. I thought it was pretty funny. I almost made an account myself, but resisted. I couldn't.
Well, it's the same thing that happened when the exodus of like the leftist, PDF files and such went to Blue Sky, and...
Well, here's my thing with like them saying it was like a data security thing. I mean, obviously that wasn't the only reason. That's what they said it was. But in like a lot of interviews with like congressmen on their own, they mentioned that it was like what was it that they specifically said? It was something about propaganda, but not from us, from like a foreign country. So that's what a lot of like Congress people would say that they were getting rid of, right? Instead of being like, oh, it's like a breach in data, because every app has a breach in data. All the time.
Amazon Web Services was recently like hit with like a ransomware thing. Like even that is compromised.
And
how many times has Sony PlayStation network been hacked?
Yeah.
But
hold on. Let me finish what I was gonna say, and then you can. Yeah. So, if that was the issue, right? If worrying about our data being stolen and stuff, right? Why wouldn't they get rid of every app that's Chinese owned that actually 100% steals your data, like Temu or Shein? And I understand that these aren't like social media apps, so
but it's the
you're
same
not
data
constantly interacting. But it's the same data. They're actively stealing your banking information, your personal information, right? So if it really was a issue about your data being stolen, why not crack down on those other Chinese-owned apps as well that have proved to have issues?
Yeah, I don't know.
My love, you can say your piece now.
Well, first, I was gonna say like the difference between that and like U.S. companies that like get hacked and stuff is that U.S. companies, well, they get hacked. It's not an intentional thing. They're not intentionally having your data get leaked. It's just a thing that happens, right? Because someone else committed a crime. Versus, a company that, by design is owned by a company that is owned by a company that is owned by the CCP. Right? And therefore all your data is just on hand. It's, that's just the way it is. Right? There's a difference between, someone put a hole in our swimming pool and, the swimming pool has a fucking waterfall attachment. Right? There's a difference on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Built-in waterfall.
Yeah. And after you explain that to me, I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but what you're saying though about like, you know, why won't they just ban all of the Chinese apps? I do agree with you, but also I imagine that's not as easy as it sounds, and I imagine setting up a precedent for it first is probably the best route to it.
Well, I think if they had gone with banning Temu and Shein first and then moving to TikTok, I don't think the ban on TikTok would have been as much of an issue as it was. Because Temu and Shein have proved to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Whereas TikTok has not proved to be bad yet, with like data being stolen and such, right?
Hold on. You say it's not proved to be bad. What does that even mean?
Okay, so
did you remember like when you were showing me the things and they basically kept mentioning how like they're Chinese, and the guy was like, no, I'm not Chinese. I'm from Singapore. I'm Singaporean. I'm not a Chinese resident. No, I'm not a Chinese resident. It's like, yeah, but none of this fucking matters. I don't give a fuck where you're from. You could be American for all I care. If you're Singaporean, why isn't your company Singaporean? Why is it a Chinese company? Is your company, you know, ran out of China or not? I don't give a fuck where you're from. You're running your company in a country where their government owns your company. They own the company that owns your company.
Then I think when that was going down, right, our Congress people should have asked better questions.
I agree.
Because at the end of the day, after all of that, it didn't make Show look like an idiot. It made our Congress look like idiots. Because here's the funny thing. There were a few people in Congress who were like, yeah, how come every time we open our apps, we see little girls dancing and stuff? And it's like, it's an algorithm, buddy. That's because that's what you want to watch, you know?
And so your phone thinks you like.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I wonder. And just, they would ask the same questions over and over and over again. That didn't seem to really help, like, make a point that TikTok was bad. Because they just kept asking about his nationality, whether or not he was in the Chinese Communist Party, and stuff like.
I'm not Chinese.
Yeah.
Brother, but your company is. Your company is.
But that's the thing. They weren't asking him stuff about TikTok's company for the most part, or like, you know, TikTok in general for the most part. They were asking about him and trying to make a you know, a dig at him. Which is just stupid. But maybe it's because of, you know, their lack of asking proper questions. Just their lack of being informed on how technology works in general.
Well, you see this a lot, honestly. Like whenever you see like this happened like all throughout like all those hearings they had about censorship with big tech and stuff like that.
Yeah.
None of the congressmen were able to like nail down what the right questions with like a really good grasp and understanding of the stuff that they were questioning about.
They're fucking old.
Yeah, exactly. Like
yeah, that's the issue.
They're not on TikTok. They hire like, you know, 20-year-old, you know, college kids to run their TikTok accounts, but they're not on. They don't know how stuff works. They don't know these cultures and, you know, digital ecosystems and stuff like that. It's just so they don't know like what questions to ask to like nail down the right things and get the right words out of the people that they're calling in to testify.
And I think that's a pretty big issue.
That's a really big issue.
I
think
know,
the issue you see this most in historically is Second Amendment discussions. When you have so many of these senators on the left who don't have a fucking clue about anything regarding guns.
They just don't know how fucking guns work.
They just don't know how any of it works.
They have no idea.
Yeah, and so it's like you see this kind of stuff. It's a big problem, like because all these senators they come to this conclusion because their constituencies are yelling at them, and then they drag all these people in but they're not SMEs. They're not subject matter experts. So they just start questioning these people, and it just becomes a fucking clown show, you know? And it's the same thing with TikTok. It's the same thing with Facebook when they drag Meta and when they drag Jack Dorsey into the Congress multiple times back when he still owned Twitter. And they've done it with like NRA people, and yeah, it's a consistent issue. So,
but again, like their major reason for taking down TikTok really wasn't because of the data thing. It was just because they couldn't control the content that was on there.
Well,
at least that's what my major thing of thinking is, because
I have always thought
if it was that, they would have taken down lots of different news sites, not just TikTok.
No, I think that's like a major part of it, because it's not just like
TikTok was a particular nexus of toxic cultural degradation.
Yes.
At least, and this is the thing, it's like, even if that's not the reality and all the other platforms are just as toxic, it just doesn't seem that way. The actual reality doesn't matter. What matters is perception of reality. And the perception of reality is that TikTok was the worst of the worst of the worst when it comes to spreading gender ideology, dog shit, really toxic cultural shit. I mean, you have these things called TikTok trends that actually get people killed every now and then. Like, that's how toxic this platform is, essentially. And so it gets it just garnered this reputation.
Well, okay.
You get constituents
That's not a new thing, though. We've had YouTube trends for forever that also have gotten people killed.
Stupid trends have existed for a very long time.
That's not a new thing. But I will say, though, like, my main argument against what Petho is saying is the fact that if they were going to do that, they would have targeted X. They would not have targeted TikTok.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
Which government is it that tried to do this? It wasn't Trump's administration.
Well, Trump did try to ban it back in 2020.
But Biden was not Biden. Trump was the one that initially put into motion, hey, we should probably ban TikTok.
Trump didn't have a fucking clue what he was doing when he wrote that executive order, when he signed that thing. He was
so. It's also been like, it's been fucking so long.
Well, here's my thing, right? I still stand by what I said, mostly because it is a social media platform owned by another country, essentially, right?
Yeah.
That is true.
Whereas X, Meta
YouTube
are owned by
U.S. companies.
And
they're protected by the First Amendment.
Correct. So TikTok was just kind of a major target, mostly because it is in China, right?
Yeah.
So it's easier to target TikTok than to target X or Meta or YouTube, right? Because you can give that excuse of, oh, your data, or, oh, you know, fucking propaganda, and it's just mostly different because it's owned by China.
Why would they have a problem controlling a narrative that they agree with? Like, why would they feel they need to control a narrative that's already being spun they agree with? Like, for the most part, here's the thing, right? I know that, like, TikTok has its, like, rightoid circles or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But TikTok is, like, for the most part, pretty, like, left-leaning.
I don't know if I'd say that.
I got fucking fucking warned on my first fucking stream, bitch. The fuck are you on?
I know. I know. But, like,
I can tell you firsthand.
In videos, you can say it. Like when you have posts. My love, you literally have a post saying that necrophilia is okay on TikTok that I posted, and it has not been shot down.
Yeah, you know why? Because the fucking left is degenerate. That's who's into that shit. You think it's a fucking like, oh, dude, man, these rightoid talking points.
I'm also pretty sure I've posted a TikTok of you saying faggot. I'm just saying, it's the live content has different rules than like just general posting. In like overall, in general, you can kind of post whatever you want. on TikTok. The only issue is that, like, you know, misinformation spreads. But that's kind of, like, everywhere. It wasn't until X added the, what are they called?
Community notes?
The community notes. That, you know...
Best
that
feature ever.
Was a thing. Yeah, I agree.
Facebook is doing it now.
There you go.
That's what Facebook... They canceled all the contracts with the fact-checker agencies, and they're doing a community note system instead.
Yeah. See? There you go. People being able to fact-check posts in a better manner wasn't a thing until recently.
NDA brings up a good point in chat. He says that the issue that Trump had with TikTok was resolved when the servers were moved to the U.S. cloud service in Texas.
Yeah.
That
was a thing
that's a really good point, actually.
He in their court hearings had said that he would, you know, a big plan that they had was to set a base in Texas where American data was stored in an American base with American workers.
An American cybersecurity apparatus.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so after
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I think I mentioned this before in the car when we talked about this.
What?
I think I mentioned this in the car when we talked about this specifically.
Yeah.
But how can you guarantee that they're not also storing the data in their Chinese database?
That's fair. You did ask me that.
But, yep. Like, without having American workers in China verifying it. That they're playing nice.
What American workers want to go to China?
Exactly. So, the point I'm making is that's like a very, like... It's a fucking band-aid.
How do you know that there's no backdoor into a Chinese cloning server or something like that? I don't know. I work for a cybersecurity company. I should know this, but...
LMAO.
Nothing I do has anything to do with cybersecurity, though, in the company. Well, I do want to move this conversation along a little bit, though.
Yeah. You're more than welcome to.
So we talked about the Chinese-style censorship that a lot of these degenerates encountered when they moved to the app, which is fucking hilarious. But an influx of overseas users called TikTok refugees is posing a new challenge for the Red Note app, which must now strike a balance between satisfying China's stringent content moderation rules while also providing a positive experience for its non-Chinese speaking newbies. They say they have a good time, blah, 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 blah. But just days into using Reddit, some have started express frustration over the censorship rules, which go far beyond what they're used to. It's not just violent content, hate speech, or pornography that is off limits. China's internet is famous for censoring an ever-growing list of terms deemed sensitive, either politically or otherwise, meaning culturally.
Yep.
And while Chinese authorities set the censorship rules, their enforcement is generally left to the platforms, which often employ sizable teams of moderators to remove content that violates the guidelines. The one American user who identified themselves as non-binary on Reddit was censored after publishing a post on Tuesday asking the platform welcome gay people. The post was removed within hours. Next day, they uploaded a new post saying they would quit on the platform over the decision, but was soon on the receiving end of homophobic comments, with some users accusing them of cultural imposition. I love that term, cultural imposition. I always use the term cultural colonization. But imposition is pretty good too. This is what I was talking about before, how like the Chinese were like unapologetic in like being racist, sexist, homophobic, whatever towards these people, because they're just like, yeah, our government doesn't tolerate this degenerate bullshit.
The amount of Twitter posts I saw begging for the government to ban Red Note in America from Chinese users was really funny.
Like the irony of it. It's like so many layers of irony.
And
it's really funny.
There were like posts of like other ethnic groups, like I don't know what fucking Asians they were, but they were Asians.
They're all the same, Patho. Come on.
Shut up! I didn't say that. I did not say that. But
Landies.
There were some on TikTok right after like the ban It's not uplifted, but
So
after access was allowed back. I remember I showed Rosa one of them, but it was literally somebody being like, I had to move to TikTok because of all of the Americans on Red Note. And it was really fucking funny, dude.
That's
like,
hilarious.
God, it was.
Oh my god, that's
They
amazing.
showed up and they
That's
fucking took
actually
over,
hilarious.
like 2 fucking thirds of the platform.
Yeah, and it was
Yeah, and
insane.
what-
A lot of people were complaining about it because they weren't just showing up and like scrolling or being peaceful or whatever.
They
were showing
spamming
up and like,
content.
yeah, they were spamming content in a language that that the platform was just not meant to uphold at the time.
Yeah, they were in breach of not like necessarily the rules of the platform, but the culture of the platform was being violated.
Exactly.
And that actually pisses people off more than just rule breaking.
There literally was a dude who posted a video on Red Note that was like, if you're gay, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't care if you're gay. Like, why do you have to talk about being gay? Why do you have to let everyone know that you're gay? Like, what is the point? Are you not content with you knowing that you're gay? Like, do you gotta let everyone know, or
well, the thing
you
is,
know,
like,
We
this
are
whole-
not interested. No interest. We are no gay.
Chinese are Indians now. Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know the Chinese accent.
And if it goes back to like TikTok, in
No,
China
not
is a
not an
very
Indian accent.
you have to remember also that like TikTok originally had like the way that TikTok was inside of China is completely different than everywhere outside of China. Outside of China, it's just full of, just crazy shit. The TikTok trends, leftist, poison, all this, gender ideology, all this bullshit that was just brain rot. Whereas in China, it had a different name, and it was just like they limited how long you could spend on it per day. I think it was like 1 hour maximum total over across a day, and it was like all like learning and skill development content.
Chinese TikTok is phenomenal.
Yeah,
and it's literally so good. Okay, I got stuck on Chinese TikTok for like a little while because I was just constantly like I would run into one and I would watch the entire video and then I would like skip whatever. But like some of them will be videos of like this dude out in the wild fucking cooking this awesome looking food, and it would make me really hungry. But like other videos would be like fashion content or just like it was just completely, I never saw like
there was actually
any insane shit. Yeah, like it was just really good content. Like no matter what popped up, if it was from Chinese TikTok, I knew it was going to be like a good watch. Whereas with American TikTok, yeah, like your most famous influencers on TikTok are American, but it's not the same. It's not the same.
Yeah, absolutely. It say here that in a separate post, a male user expressed frustration after Red Note censored a photo of his upper body. Why can't I post photos of my fitness and abs, he asked, adding he had never had such a problem on TikTok and Instagram. A Chinese user suggested that he try covering his nipples, as Chinese social media platforms generally impose restrictions on displaying them when it is perceived as sexually suggestive.
No, China's just more conservative in general.
Yeah, they are.
Hide the nipple. Hide all the nipples now.
They have this weird economic system. It's like a combination of like communism and capitalism. Like they have like these economic zones, essentially. But like culturally, they're very conservative.
Yeah.
So
like being gay isn't technically illegal in China, right? But you don't like go out and tell people that. Like pride parades only started recently in China, and even then they're not that big. And it's because a lot of people just tend to be reserved. It's not even that they aren't proud. It's not even that they,
it's like this in all of East Asia.
They said they're not self-centered.
Yeah, they just
that's what it
care
boils
whether
down to.
everyone knows or not. And I think culturally, right, China's
Americans
pretty
feel
cool.
the need to be the center of attention versus
Well,
Chinese people are very more. They're more like reserved. They really just kind of boils down to that.
Yeah.
Well, it's because they're shame culture.
That's just kind of like, yeah, I would say like Asian people just in general tend to be more reserved and like
Mhm.
just across the board.
Yeah, that's where that comes from. It
Anywhere
comes
you
from
go.
shame culture. So that like they're more timid,
Yeah.
they're less likely to express themselves freely, that kind of stuff. It's just, yeah. So yeah, that's fucking hilarious. And it's gotten so bad that Red Note may wall off TikTok refugees to prevent U.S. influence on Chinese users.
So, hold on. Before we get into this, I do want to say I find it really funny. I saw a post on Twitter, people talking about how, like, these people going to TikTok people from TikTok going over to Red Note might have the opposite effect of, instead of, like, the US people that go to Red Note getting fucking indoctrinated into commie bullshit, right? Chinese people being like, oh, that's pretty cool. Because, like, there's just, like tons of posts of Chinese people, like, just being like, they're like, oh, yeah, dude, I'm obsessed. I'm scrolling through all of the, like, foreign women. I have to follow all of them. They're amazing.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, the amount of posts I saw of like Chinese people being like foreign women. Holy shit, dog. Whoa.
Bro, they are so forward. They don't give a fuck. They do not give a shit. They're like,
Yeah, dude.
they're the most proudly hetero people I have ever, like, witnessed, with the exception of maybe Indians. Like, holy fuck, dude. They were
Yeah.
all for it.
But I think it's really funny that China's thinking of, you know, barring the U.S. I just think it's overall it's hilarious, you know, because at
No
first
more showing them freedom. No.
At first,
No
the
freedom.
people of Red Note were like really welcoming to people because the first few people who, you know, went were not trying to overtake the app. They just kind of like scrolled, saw videos, and were like, oh, you know, like, I don't know if you'll understand this, but I think, you know, this video is really cool. Like, the first few people who migrated over were like really sweet, really respectful.
Yeah, because they're new and they're alone.
Yeah.
So, you want to be super
But-
nice to ingratiate yourself. Yeah.
And then that's why they were super welcoming, because they were like, man, if everyone's like them, you know, this isn't going to be that bad. And the really loud lefties started moving onto the platform. And it really just, like, there were a lot of posts of, you know, the painting where, like, George Washington is swimming across, like, the frozen,
You mean the
Lake?
Delaware?
river thingy? Yeah, whatever that. Yeah, that. You know that painting where he's got, like, the U.S. flag and the boat and everything?
Yeah, that's him crossing the Delaware on Christmas Eve.
So people were posting that on on Red Note with like the caption being like us on our way to what's it called? To show democracy to, you know, the Chinese.
Communists.
Yeah. Or like it was really funny shit, I'm not gonna lie. But it was just that specific image. With like
Thinking of that image reminds me of
subtitle.
the fucking comedy bit that we watched, well, that I watched recently.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot his fucking name. Oh my god, dude, how am I struggling? Fuck, dude, Jesus.
What was the bit?
It's okay, I'll remember. But he was basically talking about how like he went to like a George Washington museum, like during COVID.
Uh-huh.
Oh
like,
my
right after
god!
COVID ended.
You showed me this.
And and he was fucking talking about fucking. Oh, dude, I can't fucking find it.
It's gonna eat at your brain
I don't
now.
remember what exactly it was, but
He was
I
basically
remember...
talking about how fucking George Washington was like a fucking like 6 foot tall fucking retard. Fucking like who was like, fuck it, we're just gonna fucking kill him. You know, just fucking like running across. They're never gonna expect us to go across the Delaware on fucking Christmas, right?
It's fucking cold out here.
Yeah, but what they fucking didn't know is that this man was just fucking retarded and just didn't care. Shane Gillis, that's who it was.
Oh, I know Shane. Yeah,
Gillis.
okay.
Yeah, he has a fucking comedy
He's
special
good.
on Netflix right now, and it's really, really funny.
Nice.
I love him, dude. He's great. I like his humor because it's very me. It's very me.
Oh
humor.
yeah, 100%. It's very Shane's great. Shane's great. So they the Red Note released an update in the Greater China
Let's
region.
take into history. You have early republicanism.
With the function to separate out foreign IPs, and there are now talks of moving all foreign IPs to a separate server and having a different IP for those who are in the Greater China area. I know through VPNs and other ways people are still able to access the app, but essentially this is going to kill the app for Chinese Americans who actually use the app to connect with Chinese content, Chinese language, Chinese culture. CCP don't want American influence to spread to their citizens, top commenter wrote. That prompted another commenter to respond, a bit of irony here, seemingly suggesting China walling off American TikTok seems a lot like what the US government plans to do through the TikTok ban. But others pointed out that China has long blocked Western social media apps like Reddit and X to prevent such feared influence. People couldn't see this coming, and they have no idea what China's politics are, when Redditor suggested in the thread. So, yeah, this is... Yeah, there it is, WeChat. I was going to say they have, like, their own version of X, which is like WeChat.
Yeah, WeChat.
And this is like... This app does a ton. It doesn't just do like, like what X does. It also does like payment processing and transaction kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It does a bunch.
That's I think I read recently like more than 50% of their economy is digital.
Yeah. And in WeChat is everybody in China has WeChat on their phones. Everybody, because it's like so crucial to like day-to-day life to them.
Yeah.
So it's like if you added, it's like if you took PayPal and combined it with X, essentially. So, which is funny enough, that's actually what Elon actually wants to do with X eventually. He wants it to be like an all, everything in one platform eventually.
No.
But anyway, TikTok is back.
No, don't do it.
TikTok is back after Trump pledged to restore it. So it says, thanks for your patience and support as a result of President Trump's efforts. TikTok is back in the U.S. The whiplash move to bring the app back comes after TikTok became unusable for Americans late Saturday night. Users who tried to open the app at that time were met with a message saying it was offline and asking users to stay tuned. Blah, 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 blah. We went through that. But basically, we want to focus on this. So Trump said Sunday in a Truth Social post that he plans to issue an executive order following his inauguration on Monday, which he did, extend the period of time before the law's prohibitions take effect, so that we can make a deal to protect our national security. Americans deserve to see our exciting inauguration on Monday, as well as other events and conversations. Trump has said that he was considering a 90-day extension of the ban to give him time to work out a deal to sell the app to a non-Chinese owner. In the post, Trump said he would seek a 50-50 joint venture between TikTok's existing parent company, China-based ByteDance, and a new American owner. Such an announcement could serve as a kind of immediate political victory for Trump with America's youth, which he actually won. He actually won the youth vote, which is kind of insane that a fucking boomer-ass Republican won the youth vote in a federal presidential election. That's like, I never thought that would happen in my lifetime.
I don't think it's that shocking.
We have to remember that I'm an old too.
Well, I don't think it's that shocking because I think a lot of younger people, even though they're not outwardly showing it, are getting really tired.
I think that the majority of the youth is in the exhausted center, and that's where that's actually way more appealing to Trump than the leftists.
Yep.
So
yeah, you have to remember, like, Trump isn't exactly like a super. Yes, he's like a boomer, right? But he's not like a hyper Republican.
No, he was a Democrat up until he ran for office in 2016. He's a Clinton era Democrat. That's all he is. I mean, hell, like fucking Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon, a bunch of people that he's like surrounded himself with. The RFK Jr. They're fucking 90s Democrats.
Yeah, that's something like that's something I remember like was really funny. Like during the election, we were talking about how like this election is not Republicans. This last election was not Republicans versus Democrats.
It's normal. It's normal people versus crazy people.
Yeah, old Republicans versus old.
No, it's
Democrat.
old Democrats versus modern Democrats. That's really what it is.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's really what it is. So yeah, he did sign this thing. So he is seeking a 50-50 joint venture. That's what he wants, and it sounds like the CEO of TikTok is really open to that and actually wants that to happen, which means it probably will happen. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And that's the end of the TikTok saga that I have for you all. I have a few more little single shot stories to round out the night. You're welcome to stay, Patho, but if you want to take off, you're more than welcome to do that too. Do whatever you want.
I'll stay. I might as well.
Okay, cool. So first, I have to be a geology nerd for just a second, like always. But
Yay!
There was a 6.9 magnitude earthquake that hit Kyushu, Japan. So this was back on the 13th. So they said a small 20 centimeter tsunami. So that's a tsunami that's literally like a few inches tall. Was observed in Miyazaki City, which has a population of about 400,000. No anomalies were detected at the nearby Ikata and Sendai nuclear power plants. But there are some cool photos. There's like, bathtub shaking. It's big. Oh, there we go. I'm learning. There's not really any noise here, but like, we have to remember that if there's a place in the world that's like more prepared than anyone else in regards to earthquakes, it's Japan. You saw there was some damage and stuff here. And then there... Come on. There we go. So this is the plane that was on the ground, like taxiing. Yeah, see. So yeah, they got hit by a nice big 6.9 magnitude earthquake, which I find fun.
What's the biggest number?
Technically, it's unlimited. Practically, though, the earthquake to destroy the world is like a 10.0 or higher. But you have to remember that how the magnitude system works is that every number... Why can't I get this video to stop playing? Thank you. Stop! I'm just gonna click off of it. Jesus. But the whole thing of the magnitude is that each number is 10 times greater than the last number. So a 2.0 earthquake is 10 times more powerful than a 1.0, and a 3.0 is 10 times more powerful than a 2.0. A 4.0 is 10 times more powerful. It's a logarithmic scale. It's not a geometric scale. So that's where the term order of magnitude comes from. If you've ever heard that term, it's just a factor of 10. So like when you get up into the 7/8, you know what I mean? You're talking about thousands of times, hundreds of thousands more times powerful than because you don't really start to feel an earthquake under your feet until it hits to about 2.53 in magnitude. Then you'll start to feel it. So when you're getting up into the 7s and 8s, you're 6, 7s, and 8s, you're thousands of times more stronger than that at that point. So ramps up quick.
I see.
Yeah. Or as the Japanese call it, Tuesday. Yeah. So. Now, this was a story. I teased this with Patho early because I wanted to verify that I could show this on YouTube. So, this happened. I'm just going to show you the video. Actually, let me make sure that the chat can hear this. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and play this for y'alls.
Hi, how are you? Good. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Sir, you need to leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Call 911.
Hey, what happened?
Okay, my love, you remember the video I showed you of the dude?
Hi, how are you?
Go play it again.
Going up to the driveway?
Have you been here before?
Or the drive-through?
Sir, you need to leave.
Look, he has no pants on and no underwear.
Oh, it's him!
Yeah.
So So this guy.
Okay, wait, replay it because I just really like the face he makes when he realizes
that he's being filmed.
that he's filmed. Yeah.
I mean, there it is. It's there on the video the whole time.
There. But it just seeing it go from like him smiling to like.
Sir, you need to leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Sorry, I'm laughing at this man. Knowing damn well what's already happened to him. Okay, okay, go continue.
So this guy now obviously he had been a troublemaker before because they obviously planned to film him doing what he was about to do. But it was just a funny thing that happened on the internet, right? Until he game overed himself.
Yeah.
So this guy, he goes through without pants, and then he parks in a nearby parking lot, and he pulls a gun out of his glove compartment and shoots himself. So a despondent man fatally shot himself after he was caught with his pants down literally in his car at a coffee shop in Arizona. The motorist, Nautica Malone, began his journey toward death last Wednesday when he pulled up to the drive-thru line of at Bikini Beans Coffee. Is that one of those coffee joints where it's just like hot girls in swimsuits that are like serving the okay. And he was approached by an employee who noticed he did not have pants on while taking his order. The thing is, like, you could tell that she expected something like this to be happening.
Yeah, he's not a first-time offender.
Yeah, he's not a first-time offender. Like, they had the camera ready and rolling, like, as he was pulling up. Like, they knew that this guy was a troublemaker, and they wanted to get it on camera. The Gooner King. So he was approached by an employee who noticed he didn't have his pants on while taking his order. Or underwear. His dong was just flapping. I watched it a bunch of times to make sure it was YouTube safe. Police said that the employee told her manager as Malone rolled up to the drive-thru window, still naked from the waist down. The manager allegedly whipped out her cell phone and recorded a video of Malone who was masturbating. He was just like holding it there in the video.
Yeah.
He wasn't like stroking it or anything. The video was subsequently uploaded to social media, and it quickly... Damn, there's like some giant tits off to the right that are distracting me. And it quickly spread online with millions of viewers commenting and accusing Malone of inappropriately touching himself in front of their manager. Oh god, it's staying with the scroll. God damn it. Okay. Malone then drove to the city of Goodyear, Arizona, and shot himself in the head on January 11th. According to the Maricopa County Medical Examiner. So this guy, Goodyear, Arizona, so that's the name of the town. Tempe police tell TMZ, on the night of Malone's game over, members of his family showed up at the coffee shop and were aggressive with the staff, stating Malone had killed himself over the incident. We reached out to the owner of Bikini Beans Coffee, Ben Lyles, who tells us, our thoughts and prayers are with the family of the individual involved during this difficult time. God, come up with something that doesn't sound like AI. This was an unfortunate and tragic situation. As a company, the safety of our employees is always our top priority. In this case, an individual chose to commit a crime at one of our locations. I mean, it's not the fault of... I mean, is it the fault of anybody that actually, like... I'm sorry, but this is not something that you shoot yourself over like this.
Yeah.
It's just, in this case, an individual chose to commit a crime at one of our locations. We take instances like this very seriously and remain committed to protecting our team and maintaining a safe and respectful environment. That's the article. I cannot get these tits off my screen. Okay.
There you go.
There we go. Oh no, they're up here now. God damn it! It's like the only safe part.
Good middle ground.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love them, but I got a show to do. So it's this guy's face went like super viral.
Yeah.
I'm also getting yeah. Go ahead.
His mom made a post on Facebook. That said, if they, if any of friends or family see the video, to report it. And the mom basically said, we're going through enough. We really need to catch the person that recorded it as soon as possible and make them pay for what they did to my son. Angry face emoji.
Your son did the thing to your son.
It really just goes to show that these people just have enablers in their life that just make them feel like they can do this kind of stuff. Because anybody knows like what he was doing was wrong, just plain and simple.
Yeah, well, I mean, but at the same time, like when you're in the anger phase of grieving, you're gonna lash out at people, you know, like.
I get that, but it also said that they literally went to the shop and like harassed the workers.
Oh, that's fucked up. Yeah, that you don't do that. That's definitely like.
So I understand grieving. I get it. You know, it's a different process for everyone. But to just think your son was not in the wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
And
like you see the video, and it's like obviously this is nothing to end yourself over, and your son should have been doing that. There's no fault here for the people who filmed this, clearly. But
that being recorded should have been like your come to Jesus moment, where like, damn, I gotta stop doing this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's not like let me take myself out. You know, like that's not.
Yeah, that's a unnecessary escalation.
Yeah.
Or an irrational escalation, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like this whole thing is hilarious, but I also feel bad for laughing a little bit because it ended up in this guy die. It could have just been a silly meme, you know, and he could have just like leaned into it and being like, "Yeah, I did something stupid," you know, not really thinking, and you know, it is what it is. I'm going to move on and just kind of laugh at myself. You know, that's what it could have been, and it could have left it at that, but it went way too far, way too fast, and it's unfortunate that it had to end the way it did.
Yeah, I don't feel bad laughing. Because I mean, he did it to himself. He did it to himself. He made the choice himself. Which you know, everyone makes.
I don't know. I'm just like, you know, a guy died because he did something dumb. It's like, yeah, I know it's all on him, but I'm just like, you know, I don't know. I mean, you hear me. I'm laughing. It's just, it's funny, but it's just, I wish the guy didn't. Death should have been nowhere near the story.
I wish he didn't take that route.
Yeah.
Because then, because he killed himself, another thing is a lot of people are actually blaming like the girl that was recording.
This guy was clearly a repeat offender, though. Come on.
Yeah, that's literally the only thing I feel bad about. That people are going after the girl that recorded.
Yeah. Here's the thing. People that do bad things, taking matters into their own hands, and you know, giving themselves repercussions rather than taking some, you know, repercussions that are forced on them.
Mm-hmm.
Based. I'm glad he killed himself. It was the right move.
Yeah. Because I mean, honestly, if this hadn't been recorded, right?
He would have done it again.
To the people that are mad at the woman for recording him, I hope they also kill themselves. You know?
That's crazy. I wouldn't say that, but because and here's the thing.
If Jeannie had her way, there would be no one left alive on the planet.
Nobody. Here's the thing, though, right? Things like this start off small and can get to something bigger than just, you know, jerking off in your car to girls in bikinis, right?
Yeah,
that's how it works.
At a point, like the "you deserve what you tolerate" line comes into play.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe sometime later down the line, jerking it to girls in bikinis from your car wouldn't be enough anymore. That's kind of how those things start.
Yeah,
so,
I mean that's the thing. Like the next step after this is stalking.
Yep.
You know.
I mean, he's already doing that by going to their place of work repeatedly, over and over again. It already is stalking and harassment.
Yeah. Next, he's followed them home. You know,
and actually done something.
Yeah. Then he's outside their window, and before you know it, he's inside the house. You know.
Yep. So you know, good riddance, in my opinion. People nowadays, I mean, you can be recorded and be held accountable. If you don't want to face the consequences of your actions, don't do shit. Plain and simple. If you do not want to face repercussions, whether that be being humiliated online or, you know, shit with your family going down, whatever, then if you don't want to deal with that, don't do it. If you don't want to get punished for doing a bad thing, maybe you shouldn't do the bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have an argument for you. I really don't. It's just me. I don't know.
It's being empathetic and being humane.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
It's feeling sad.
I have no argument against you here.
So
I guess
I can understand why you feel the way you do.
I just don't like the fact that death had anything to do with the story. That's all.
Yeah, it really could have just been a haha. Oh my god.
Like, well, I'm not doing that again, and I'm never coming back here again. And then that's yeah, exactly. So okay. Next God, I need to use. I'm gonna start looking on TMZ more. I'm seeing man's penis gets stuck in icy sidewalk during boozy fight.
What?
And some black dude throwing up an actual Roman salute. I'm gonna start pulling more TMZ articles, man. This is good stuff. All right. Next segment. A woman thought that she was dating Brad Pitt.
Oh my god!
It was tricked into giving him $850,000.
Is this the one where it's like the badly photoshopped pictures of him
It's
in like
this.
a hospital bed? Yeah.
So, okay. A 53-year-old French woman was scammed out of $850,000 when she was convinced she was dating the actor Brad Pitt after being sent AI-generated images of the actor. So AI scams are on the rise, and many people could be vulnerable to them. According to online marketing from Authority Hacker, Americans lost over $108 million to scams that involved AI the last year. And 45% of AI fraud scams led to financial losses, with an average loss of $14,500. This is not the first time the identity of Brad Pitt has been used in online scams. According to the Latin Times, 5 people were arrested in Spain for scamming 2 women into paying more than $330,000 in a scam related to the actor. Okay, so now the story itself. This scam began in 2023 when the 53-year-old French woman who went by the name Anne received a message on Facebook from the scammer, obviously targeting like the boomer social media app. The scammer first posed as Pitt's mother. Later, she received a text from someone who claimed to be Pitt himself. This was when the quote-unquote affair began. Anne was married to a millionaire at the time of the scam. Which is fucking hilarious. According to BFM TV, the scammer asked Anne to marry him, and she divorced her millionaire husband.
Women deserve less.
See, she not only got scammed out of this money, she ended up divorcing her husband. Now, I don't know if it's going to get to this article, but apparently this woman was actually planning on divorcing her husband anyway. But this scam, like, sped along the process. So she reportedly first sent $9,000 to the scammer when they said that they had bought gifts for her. Yeah, Brad Pitt needs money. They claimed they needed the money to send the gifts through customs, which the victim sent immediately. Then the woman was scammed into sending more than 800,000 buckaroos, which she received through her divorce settlement. The scammer was asking for money.
Really do just deserve less. Can you imagine your wife divorcing you?
And then giving all the money she got from you.
Giving it all to some random fucking stranger?
Oh my god, get the gun. Get the gun, honey. Or not, I guess not honey anymore. Get the gun,
honey,
son.
yeah, not honey anymore.
Yeah, there's no honey anymore to get the gun.
Oh my god. Dude, man, I can't. Some women.
The scammer was asking for money to receive. This is like the ultimate case of fucking.
The sheer number of times that I hear that, like, oh, a woman, like, got half of the man's earnings in a divorce settlement and then blew it away is, like, astounding. Like, do women ever have happy endings after fucking, like, divorcing? Do they ever do anything valuable with that money ever? Is that...
The answer is no.
It's just,
I know! It's so fucking funny!
It's an image stock photo of, like, just stock photography, and somebody just spliced Brad Pitt's face, part of his face, into it. It's so... This one, he got out of bed and, like, got dressed to take the pic. This one's just an arm with a needle in it. Like, it's not even of him. And this one, he's got, like, a Buzz haircut.
Dude, what's so funny is that those are so clearly like fake images.
Yeah.
That's the best part. Like if it was like a Brad Pitt lookalike, I could see it maybe.
Yeah,
you know, but
yeah, he choose you, random 53-year-old divorcee in France. Yeah, you're the one for him.
And you think Brad Pitt needs money?
Yeah. A post on X, formerly Twitter, which included the AI-generated images of Pitt, have gone viral, receiving over 7.2 million views at the time of reporting. Oh my god, the woman only communicates with the scammer through text messages. She never even got like a voice confirmation, and said that they were not available for phone calls. According to reports, the scammer told the woman he could not use his own money due to his ongoing divorce proceedings with the actress Angelina Jolie. Brad Pitt came to a divorce settlement with his ex-wife Angelina Jolie in December of 2024. It is like the longest divorce process in all of human history, it seems, these two. Yeah, she first filed it in 2016. It's been 8 years for this fucking divorce to happen. Ultimately, the 53-year-old woman realized that she had been scammed when she saw a picture of Brad Pitt with his current girlfriend, Inez de Ramon. A complaint was filed in 2024. The woman has since been under treatment for severe depression at a clinic. So she divorces her millionaire husband. Talk about, what is hypergamy? This is like a major case of hypergamy. This reminds me of the woman who left, what's that football player? What's his name? The super famous football player of all time. Whatever. The quarterback, the guy who played for the Patriots. Yeah, Tom Brady. Brady's wife left him, because he wasn't home enough, essentially. It's just like, wow, like not even Tom Brady can keep a good-looking woman? Like, what the fuck chance do you have, chat?
Dead. What? Don't talk about that. Chat, I believe in you. Don't listen to him.
I'm just projecting, chat. Don't mind me. Sentiment online was split. Some expressed sympathy for the victim, with one user writing, "This is so sad, cruel, actually." Dude, romance scams are the cruelest. But everyone was sympathetic, with one user commenting, "Natural selection." And I agree. And another writing, "There's better AI-generated images available for free." The police have not found the scammer at this time.
Yeah, dude, that's just funny.
Amazing.
It's really just funny. I feel no sympathy.
Well, the thing is, it's
I
like,
say that mostly because, dude, she was with a what? A millionaire? You said?
Millionaire. Yeah, a millionaire.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
dude.
and was married to a millionaire at the time of the scam.
Dude. If it had happened after the divorce, maybe I'd feel some pity. But the fact that she was married at the time, people who cheat, I have no sympathy for.
Yeah, I don't either.
People who cheat, I have no sympathy for.
Unlike the last story, I am laughing purely at this one. I have zero sympathy in this one.
Like you can even ask Rosa if there's cheating involved in like a movie or something, I lose interest.
Yep, it's true. We were watching a movie the other day, and then like what movie was it? It was the movie with
It was the movie with the robot.
Huh?
I don't know what the fuck her name is.
Yeah,
with the big ass fucking lips.
The one with fucking Megan Fox. Yeah, she lost interest.
Oh, Transformers?
No, it's a movie on.
It's a recent movie. Basically, Megan Fox is an android, and this guy, his wife is dying, and he ends up fucking cheating on her with Megan Fox. By the way, I do want you to know that at the end of that movie, like the guy kills the robot.
Megan Fox looks like the Crypt Keeper now.
I lost interest. I can't. Stuff with cheating, I don't know.
It's
it grosses me out.
It really is like the ultimate betrayal of trust.
There was what movie was it? It was we were starting it the other night. We got like partway through it, and the chick, it was fucking Fall Guy, right? Basically, in this movie, right, the protagonist is he's a stuntman, and he breaks his back, loses all of his confidence, gets super depressed for a year, right? in this time, the girl that he likes, who's like a photographer, who's trying to basically become a director, right? She tries, right, to kind of, you know, help him out, but he's like super depressive. He clearly just needs alone time, right? Some time alone, because he basically became super avoidant. You know, he stopped responding to her, etc. He kind of just disappeared, right? He really just needed time, right? Which she clearly couldn't give him. And so he basically, someone convinces him to go work as a stuntman again, right? Because she's directing a movie, and they lied to him, telling him that she wanted him there when she didn't. And then there's this whole bit where she's basically having him be lit on fire and thrown to a wall for this stunt over and over and over again, just to punish him for not talking to her over a year while he was depressed about breaking his back. And during this whole time, there's this one bit where she's basically airing out all of her perspective in front of everyone. And she's telling him how basically she like moved on, and she fucked like a bunch of different guys or whatever, and then like he needs to respond, right? And so he's basically trying to like, the whole movie's basically about him trying to redeem himself when he really did nothing wrong. So it kind of made you completely. Yeah, that's right. We didn't watch it. We just watched the beginning of it. I'm just saying that's what the plot's gonna be. We know that's what the plot's gonna be. We know that he's not gonna be like, actually, fuck you, I deserve better, right?
Yeah.
It's the entire movie is he's doing all this shit to basically try to apologize to her, and you know, her take him back, even though she's the one that kind of like gave up on him and went to go see other people and shit. And moved on and like, you know, completely gave up on him, and then is now punishing him for checks notes, being depressed about breaking his back and losing his confidence as a person because he wasn't able to keep doing the job that he was doing.
Yeah.
And was publicly humiliated for, you know, something that wasn't his fault.
Yeah. And that's why we have no sympathy for this woman, because
it made me completely lose interest in the movie. I was like, I don't want to watch this man try to redeem himself for doing nothing to make this fucking whore happy.
And it sucks too that like the guy, the millionaire, I'm actually sympathetic towards the rich guy, because he not only got divorced and had like a bunch of his money taken away, but that money was just like thrown away at a scammer. Like what a fucking waste.
Yeah.
So it's like he lost the pussy and the bills.
Dead.
So okay. I think that's enough for that segment. Next segment. I got two more before we're gonna react to a video that Rosa wants to react to.
Have you seen this? Have you seen that trailer yet?
I have, yes. But we'll react to it.
I can't wait.
Bigger and more venomous species of funnel web spider discovered in Australia. Of course it's in Australia.
Of course.
The worst stuff is always in Australia. The man who found the species recommends giving them a wide berth as they give copious amounts of venom. God, this thing looks gnarly too. Ugh. A larger and more venomous species of one of the world's deadliest spiders. It's like a super spider. It's Spider-Man. It's Spooderman. Has been confirmed by Australian scientists. Nicknamed Big Boy, it can grow up to 9 centimeters, which is 3.5 inches, compared with 5 centimeters for the more common Sydney funnel web. This particular spider is a lot larger, its venom glands are a lot larger, and its fangs are a lot longer. This is like funnel web spider EX. If it were a video game, like it's like the EX version.
Yeah.
Said spider expert Kane Christensen. Sydney funnel webs are known for their fast-acting and highly toxic venom, but luckily the same anti-venom is effective on bites from the new species. Mr. Christensen first discovered Big Boy in the early 2000s near Newcastle, 105 miles north of Sydney, and has been officially named Atrax christensenii in his honor. That's cool. Talk about like a bucket list to have like some like species of anything like named after you. Something prickly and difficult to eradicate. Sometimes you might find them in a garage or in a bedroom or, oh god, somewhere in the house where they might have wandered in during the night. I would not recommend touching them, that's for sure. They do give copious amounts of venom. Scientists from the Australian Museum, Flinders University, and Germany's Leibniz Institute confirmed on Monday that Big Boy would be classed as a separate species of funnel web. City funnel webs are found in eastern Australia within around 100 miles of the city. They're most active from November to April when the more deadly male venturers out at night looking for mates. 13 deaths linked to funnel webs have been recorded, according to the Australian Museum, but none since antivenom was developed in 1981. So, yeah, Australia just becomes more awful. That's that story pretty much. Okay, I got one more. This is like hilarious political karma. This next one. So, next segment. French leftist theater faces bankruptcy after opening its doors to 250 African migrants for a free show, and they refused to leave and remain in the building 5 weeks later.
Wow.
A theater in Paris, which is known for its radical shows and exhibitions, has been... Wait a minute. Is this the theater that showed that... Remember that play that you had me pull up in the middle of a stream?
Yeah.
Where they were like eating pieces of each other and shit like that?
Cannibalism.
I wonder... It's called the Gaiden Theater. That doesn't sound familiar. No, that's not the same. Actually, that was in Germany, wasn't it? That one. I think that was in Germany. Yeah, okay. So the Gaiden Theater in Paris staged the conference entitled Reinventing the Welcome for Refugees in France on December 10th. It involved the talks hosted by academics from top universities and Red Cross officials and saw activists welcome in the migrants. But when the conference was finished, the migrants, who mainly come from France's former West African colonies, refused to leave the venue. Still occupied, the leftist theater now faces going out of business after weeks without revenue from ticket sales and has had to cancel all performances until at least January 24th. Its management said that in a statement last week that the number of people taking shelter in the theater is continuing to increase and has swelled to around 300 people.
Can the cops not, like, come in and...
No, the migrants are perfect and they're good people. And
Do you think they have the political will to do anything about this?
Damn.
They're black. They can do no wrong. The sanitary conditions are deteriorating day after day, which means they're shitting in the halls. And the teams are facing this situation alone. It said as it called for the local authorities to find a housing solution for the occupiers. A housing solution. Arrest them for trespassing, you cucked out law enforcement pricks.
Yeah, they clearly already have a housing solution.
Yeah, like the 6 feet of dirt that should be over their heads. Although this occupation is forced, it is unthinkable for the Gaiden to throw these people out onto the street in the middle of winter. So again, like they just don't have the political or just general fortitude for their own well-being to do anything to these people. Oh, it's cold outside, so we can't kick them out. What an insane thing to have. Like they it's so
Dog,
retarded.
at that point, I don't give a fuck how cold it is. You're living you're living on the goddamn streets.
Yeah, exactly. Go die in the snow.
Yeah.
So Paris' socialist-led council, which owns the building, claims it has looked for accommodation for the migrants, but that none was available. Yeah, because, like, similar to fucking Britain, like, all of their social housing is used up by migrants. It is called for the government to deal with the problem, but President Macron's centrist cabinet, is said to have ignored the request and is reluctant to get involved in the debacle. See what I mean? Like, they just don't have the will or the desire to actually do anything about it. The estimated the cost of the cancellations of private and public events has been estimated to stand at several €100,000 in direct losses. The theater's income model, which is 70% based on ticket sales and 30% on subsidies, has collapsed. Local businesses have also complained of losses due to the occupation. The bistro next to the 19th century venue, a popular spot for theater goers to eat and drink before and after shows, has reported €30,000 in lost revenue so far. They are ruining my business, the manager of Elia, herself the daughter of Algerian migrants, told the Times. How many times they had to, like, come to the revelation that there's no group of people that hates illegal migrants than
More
legal
than their own group.
migrants.
Yep.
Yep. That's why Trump won the Hispanic vote. They hang around outside my terrace, smoking joints and fighting among themselves. Not only do we no longer get theater goers because the theater is shut, but we don't get passersby either. They're being frightened away by all these young men. Oh, they're all fighting age, literal fighting age young men. Huh. I thought they were all like refugees, like families, women and children, all this kind of stuff. No, there's no women and children in these groups. They're basically just African adventurers, is what they are. The migrants all claim to be under the age of 18, meaning they would be considered unaccompanied minors and given the right to be housed and assisted by local authorities. Let me scroll up here for a sec.
Some of those do not look like they are all under the age of 18.
None of them do. Hang on.
Like, I can see maybe a few of them, because in recent years, I've noticed, like...
That guy's under 18 for sure.
People that are young do
Give me a break.
look older. But, like, dog. I think, right? Another thing that's just insane to me is that, like, these migrants will be like, why does nobody want to take us in? And it's like, man, I wonder why. Probably because there are constantly instances of bad apples that just take advantage.
Well, yeah, because they know that the authorities are crippled by accusations of racism, and they feel like they have free reign to do whatever they want as a result of that. And the thing is, they're right. But local officials have insisted that they are adults and that the most are known to the authorities and had been sleeping on the streets before entering the theater. This is an illegal occupation of a building by recognized migrants, the regional authorities said in December. The Collectif des Jeunes du Parc de Belleville, the group which organized the occupation, slammed the age test as racist and expeditive. See? They just know they know the playbook. Man, Europe and Britain are so fucking cucked, man. Named after the Paris park they previously occupied, the protest group described the theater occupation as a focal point for their anti-racist and anti-colonial struggle. So that's what happened, is that the migrants came in to this leftist theater. They don't have the political wherewithal or the desire to kick them out because it's cold outside. And they have a bunch of leftist commie protesters outside demanding that they be able to stay and that the migrants be able to stay.
But you know what? Those people want to protest, they can pay for the losses that business is getting.
Fucking welcome to Paris.
I think that's what I would be saying. I'm gonna fuck. If you want these people to stay here, you can pay the losses that I've had.
Yeah.
Or they can live on the street.
But they rely on like the anonymity of crowds, essentially. Like, because what are you gonna do? Arrest all of them? You know, that kind of shit. And it's like, yeah, they don't have.
Better yet.
Yeah, gas them.
Yeah, gassing them is an option.
France's Interior Minister Bruno
That's not what I was saying.
This guy's
I know it's not what you were saying.
This guy's last name literally sounds like retaliate. Bruno Retailleau, who took on the role in September, vowed to crack down on illegal immigration when he took on the role in September. Well, do your fucking job then. French people want more order. Want order? Get a copy of it, or Daily Mail. Want more order in the streets, order at the borders, he said at the time, denouncing what he called mass migration to the country. On November 1st, France reinforced its borders with 6 of its neighboring Schengen members, Belgium, Germany, Italy, Luxembourg, Spain, and Switzerland, with increased checks. The controls were applied to travelers entering France via land, sea, and air routes from all 6 nations and will last until April 1st, 2025. But authorities have said that they could be extended further. A French government statement declared the checks were introduced due to serious threats to public policy, public order, and internal security proposed by high-level terrorist activities. criminal networks facilitating irregular migration and smuggling, and migration flows that risk infiltration by radicalized individuals. Get enriched, retards. Anyway, I just think this is such a fantastic example of like basically like leftist luxury beliefs, like, and them actually having to suffer the consequences of those beliefs. Because usually these people hold these positions about migrants, but they don't take any themselves. They live far away from where the migrants congregate. They don't actually have any skin in the game on the ground with the migrant populations and all the trouble that they cause. You know, usually they're just preaching from on high in their ivory towers. They're like, oh, the poor migrants. You know, we need we need a robust economy of Deliveroo's, you know, and janitors and shit to just clean up after us because, you know, a permanent servant class from the third world is a good thing. And they never act and suffer the consequences. And this is like a rare case where they actually are being forced to suffer the consequences of their own beliefs, which is fantastic Schadenfreude as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think it's rough that, like, you know, they wanted to do this like nice thing, free, you know, whatever, and they get taken advantage of. But it is a nice like eye opener for them, where like these people are not just complaining about these issues just to complain about these issues. They have valid fucking concerns.
Oh, I mean, they're not going to learn anything from this. You know, like the ideology is so, they're so, you know, gripped by this suicidal empathy ideology, you know, that they will absolutely, you know, destroy themselves to maintain the virtues of this ridiculous ideology that they follow. And the other thing is that like they're in too deep at this point with the ideological conviction. And this is the same with like gender ideology and the whole trans issue and stuff like that. Like a parent who transes their kid is never, ever, ever going to not believe in gender ideology. Because if they do, that means that they admit that they made a mistake and literally ruin the life of their children. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And it's the same with this migration stuff. Like, all the crime and murder and you know, and grape and all this other shit that these migrants commit, you know, it's like yeah, they don't commit the majority of it because they're not the majority population. Like per capita, they're way overrepresented in basically every crime statistic. And the thing is, it's like you have to deal with the crime that's done within your country. It's a choice to deal with the crime that you import into the country. And the fact that you make the choice to do that is disgusting. But the thing is that if they renege on the ideology, then they now have to claim responsibility for all of the awful shit that has been done to the native population due to the policies that they advocated for. And there's no way they're going to do that because the guilt is just too damn high. So they're never going to learn anything. They will take the ideology to the grave, and they will drag the countries down with it if they're not forced out of power beforehand. So.
Yeah, that's sad.
It's true though. This is, I swear to God, like ideology is like the death of humanity. So anyway, this is like a fantastic Schadenfreude moment, I have to say. Now, this is the moment that Rose has been waiting for. Let's watch a video. Okay. New segment. We are going to watch The Blood of Dawnwalker, which is the cinematic trailer for the. So this is the very first project by Rebel Wolves, which is the what do you call it? Like the defection studio from CD Projekt Red. So this is there's a bunch of people from the Witcher 3 crew, correct?
Yeah.
that have gone off. They have formed Rebel Wolves, and this is their debut trailer for their flagship first title. Let me make sure the browser is gonna work properly, and let me unmute it on YouTube, of course. And let's react. I'm gonna turn my music down so I don't ruin the vibe. Yeah. All right, let's hit play.
Must be here somewhere.
It's all right.
Lunka! Don't hurt her!
I'm gonna give it a pause for the algorithm and copyright gods. But I really love, like, immediately there's like this really great like gothic vibe to it. But it's not like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, you know, like when you think gothic, you think of like stereotypical gothic kind of vibe. You know what I mean? Like there's like a stereotype that comes up in your head. But this doesn't feel, it gives the vibe without giving me like the stereotype of it. And I don't really know how to explain that completely into words, but that's just the feeling I get from it.
Yeah, it's just well done.
And I really like the
She's got the
it's a
the Black Death.
Yeah, and I love how it's like like, I always like games that explore like non-typical places in both location and in time. So like 1300s Carpathia, I had never would have thought to even explore that part of the world in that particular time, which means I get to open myself up to it now, which is fucking cool.
You gave us quite the chase, young. Please, sir. She's just a child! Ah, Roderick, remind me, did I make an exception for children?
No, sire.
No. That would have been foolish, would it not? They spread the plague just as well as adults.
I like that. I like that they actually had him like cover his face with like a blanket rather than just like just talking to him.
Yeah, like they know that it's plague, essentially. I love his chainmail coif and his little circlet crown up here.
That looks good.
It looks
That
great.
looks good. I will say, hold on, go back a little bit
Okay.
towards like the shot of his face when he's like standing.
There.
A little further back, like the close up of his face.
There.
You go. I like that the chainmail coif is actually like tight around his face. It's not just dangling the way that they fucking do it in like loads of fantasy.
And he has the under bit as well that they bothered to put on there, because you don't want fucking chainmail up against your skin.
Yep.
Like
Or
there's
especially your hair. God, Jesus.
yeah, exactly.
Pulls.
Like it looks like they actually like figured out like, okay, like this is what they actually wore and this is how they actually wore it, you know.
Yep,
Exception
that's
for
good.
children?
No, sire.
No.
See, like the other guy had like a
would
chain
have
coif
been
that goes
foolish.
up his
Like this
skin.
guy, yeah, you could even tell
Yeah,
like
it's like tight. It's around his chin. Yeah, it's the way it should be. They typically wouldn't rest it down below the neck. Maybe for like the king guy, because he wants his face to be shown. He's a he's a figure of
authority. Yeah.
authority, right? But for the guards who are actually using it for actual utility purposes, these guys are actually there to fight and do things. They have the chain resting on their chin, not their neck.
Yeah.
So it's nice and
100%.
tight and it's hugging your face, protecting your face.
The chafing of the ball.
The
Yeah,
point is
yeah.
the padding in the mail. Yeah.
So it's all for while you're playing KCD now. Yeah, yeah.
I need to. I still need to play that game.
Would it not? They spread the plague just as well as adults. And there's only one way to stamp out this sickness. No!
The guy in the background, paid to point out, I didn't see it the first time. There's a guy in the background. Just look, play it again. When the party gets pushed back.
That guy?
Wait, no, hold on. That guy. You see him?
Yeah, there's a guy in the window.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Paitha pointed out immediately the first time she saw it. I did not notice it at all. Just leave it for back. Leave it for back. That window? Look at it before the guy gets shoved back.
Yeah. There's a dude in that window.
Holy shit, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, I had it. Damn it, I had it. Holy shit, how the fuck did you pick that out? I can't get it before it goes blurry, goddammit. There we go.
I did not.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, there's a dude right there. And she was like, what?
That's the what the fuck was his name? They did on their Twitter, they did like little character profile.
Little intros? Yeah.
That's the fucking the Roman guy. The Roman vampire.
The hot dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, damn, dude, you have an amazing eye. Holy shit.
Dang. It's not always amazing.
And then he's gone. And you're right though, because it's like it's clear and then it goes blurry and he covers it and it stays blurry until he leaves and then it clears up again and he's gone.
Yeah.
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 Not just a runner, but a fighter too. Had we met under a different moon, things might have ended there.
Vampires are actually like monstrous.
Well, they look like they're coming from like different time periods of different parts of the world too.
They are. So again, there's profiles for each of them on their Twitter. We should look that up after.
Okay. That guy looks Mongolian.
Yeah. That dude. That dude right there. The one that's on the screen right now.
This
him.
one.
Oh, fictional blonde men!
That's an entire picture of blonde women, I get it. But what was I gonna say? This is not the guy that was at the window that you called the hot dude.
Is it not?
No. That guy didn't have long blonde hair.
Yeah, the one that was at the window was the bald guy. The Roman
guy. I also think he's hot.
There.
Oh, he's so fine.
I love I love how it's like cartoonish gore. Like,
oh yeah,
that guy blew up and he had like no organs, no bones, nothing. It was just like blood and skin. That's great.
Well, I think the implication is that she literally turned all of it into mush.
Well, like you see that when the guy gets his leg cut off in the beginning too. Like you don't see like a bone sticking out or anything. It's just blood. So the gore is kind of cartoonish.
I will say I'm normally not interested in this kind of stuff, but this looks really good, and I want to get my hands on it.
You want to get?
Dude, I'm so excited.
No, you don't. You want to get your hands on a couple of the vampire dudes.
You're right. You're right.
Lunka.
Just chowing down.
My sister.
So here's the lineup.
She needs help. Fast. Please, let us pass through. I beg of you. Please. Please.
Yeah, you charmed him. Take the sister. He charms him.
Yeah.
That's a charm.
Yeah, he does. Where is it?
So confirm these vampires can charm people.
There. His eyes turned milky. Yeah.
Yeah. Take the sister. And then he feeds her the blood. He's turning her.
He's turning her doing this, yeah.
Rushing behind the black cat.
Yeah, you can see it.
Heals,
It's all going away.
I don't know. How?
I am life.
I fucking love this.
Yeah,
I love, absolutely adore this fucking speech. It's so good.
He did. Yeah, it's a great monologue.
Death. I am everything in between. I have been watching your little valley. Pestilence, famine, killing, blood spilt carelessly like water. Things will be different now.
That's the right line.
What?
The monologue, it's just like, it's not too short, it's not too long, and it's all the right words. It's so good.
It doesn't sound like it was like planned, like he had like the speech just in his pocket, just waiting for an opportunity to say it, you know?
Yeah, it sounds like he's saying in the moment.
Like, no, he's like, actually, he's answered the question. What are you? Like, oh, well, let me tell you, I guess.
For all of you.
This is I love this line too. The world needs what it fears. That's such a good line. Like that's your tagline for the selling point of the game right there.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful. It's very Batman-like too. It's like
I
you have to
also want to
become what you
say,
fear.
so they've actually not been hinging so much on this one for their marketing. They've been hinging a lot on the things will be different now. And I think that's not just a statement for in-game lore. I think that's like a statement about like gaming in general.
I wonder if they're taking. I thought that it was like they're just directly taking a jab at CDPR.
Yeah. Like they're taking a jab at CDPR. They're taking a jab at like gaming as it's been and being like things are gonna be different now.
God, I hope so. Like, cause like honestly, like Rebel Wolves, like the other studio that's like really on my radar. Like I'm just itching for them to like release something. Is what is it? It's 100 Star Studios, which is the offshoot of the Arkham games. Like all the main creators for the Arkham series left, made their own studio called 100 Star Studios, and like what's left at Rockstar made Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
And
It's good.
so I'm
I
just
found
like,
out about them recently.
yeah, so like 100 Star Studios is another studio to like really keep your eye on.
Like I found out about them recently. They didn't announce this project like that long ago. It wasn't long ago they actually announced they were doing this.
Yeah.
And then it's like, so in my head I was like, oh cool, that's the studio to look at. They're gonna make something in the next couple of years. I was not prepared for this game comes out this year. Fuck you.
Right?
Well, actually no. This is probably gonna come out next year, but I wasn't prepared for this game as like, hey, here's gameplay, here's a trailer. We're gonna have more gameplay than it was like the summer.
Yeah, the summer. I think they actually say at the end of the trailer when the gameplay footage trailer is set to release.
This looks a little.
This is alpha in engine right now.
Yeah, this is very like early gameplay.
Look at this fucking thing.
Yeah, it's
It's
cool.
like a. It's
But
like
you can tell right away
it's
it's
like a
very like
mecha
it's gonna
demon
play
bat.
very. Yeah, you can tell right away it's gonna play very witchery.
Oh yeah, he's even got the same kind of sword as the Witcher. You know.
Yeah, the curved, or not curved, like angled crossguard.
Mm-hmm. It's got a very Witcher 3-esque looking open world map. It looks like as well.
The music sounds very Witcher 3.
Yeah, they could tell that it's like if you didn't know it, you would ask like, are there people on the Witcher 3 team that are on this game? Because it feels like Witcher 3.
This okay. The same way that you can play a fucking like the same way that you can play a FromSoft Souls-like and be like, this is a FromSoft game. You can tell right away.
Yeah,
it has
yeah.
An identity. There's an identity, right, to like FromSoft games, and like there's like
or like Kojima games the
you
same
know, like,
way.
This is a FromSoft game. Yeah, same thing. You can tell this is the people that made The Witcher. You can tell right away. It's their style. It's their signature. It's their
yeah.
It has everything that they do.
The music, the world, the overall vibes, everything just oozes Witcher, which is a good thing.
Hopefully it's not released.
Yeah, just summer.
Something
Okay.
else that surprised me is how incredibly small the team is for this game.
But yeah, this game is going to be hype. I'm hyped as fuck for this game. The vampire we deserve, not the ones we lust for.
They've got like 100 people in their studio.
That's the perfect amount for a game like this.
Yeah.
That's how many developed Stellar Blade. 100 people.
Yeah, they I believe they started with like 20.
And then they just ramped it up.
Yeah,
No,
they expanded from 20 to 90
yeah,
between
I hope
between when they started in 2022 and May of last year. They jumped up from 20 to 90. So
I love all the carved runes and shit and patterns in his arm.
yeah,
That looks fucking cool. And I hope it.
Go to their-
I have a feeling it's going to have something to do with like the actual gameplay, like whatever powers or something you have are going to like be determined by the runes that you carve into your arm or something. That'd be cool.
that'd be cool. Go check their Twitter.
Okay.
A lawful good vampire lord, sign me up. Yeah, I'm excited. Vampire the Awakening Bloodlines 2 are going to be compared to this? Oh yeah, dude. RIP them.
Oh wait, what's it? I guess go to Rebel Wolves, I guess.
I gotta step away,
Okay.
but thanks for letting me chill with y'all.
Augie.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Let's do it again sometime.
I love before you step away. Can you come over and give me a kiss? I miss you.
You're so gay. Yeah.
Maybe.
What the hell am I watching? What? Why I want to go to the thing there? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, go to the Blood of the Dawnwalker Twitter specifically.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, go to there. If you scroll down, they have
I'm
little
not showing
character
it.
portfolios
Yeah.
for everybody.
There we go. I'm gonna follow them. Okay.
Scroll. Yeah, just scroll down.
Sand
Wait. Start at the bottom. Start at the bottom.
Start at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, a little further. This guy, Cohen.
This
This
guy,
is
Cohen.
the character you're gonna play as.
Born to a peasant family as the oldest of 4 siblings, Cohen's childhood was not easy. He started working in the silver mines alongside his father when he was still a kid. As an intelligent and curious child, he dreamt of adventure and traveling out of the valley, away from his chores and family obligations. He never did. He knows his family needs him to survive, and he cannot abandon them. Gaining vampiric powers turns his life upside down and terrifies him, but it also gives him means to become free from the constraints and duties placed upon him. I mean, this is the thing, like, none of this is new.
I have a feeling that this character is gonna be kind of infamous, like where you're gonna get the choices basically to become
good vampire,
good
bad guy,
Yeah.
or good bad guy, or like Arthur in
Yeah.
Red Dead Redemption or something like that. Yeah.
That's what I'm kind of expecting from this. I might be wrong. Who knows? But
The thing
that's
is-
like
Yeah, I get you.
I'm kind of feeling that because they're making him very like open-ended in terms of like, oh, he's free to do whatever he wants now, right? But he's the guy you play as, so he's free to do whatever
Yeah.
you want now.
And just reading this, it's like none of this is particularly like, whoa, that's cool and new. You know what I mean? Like this is all
Yeah.
pretty basic. This is a very honestly almost stereotypical origin story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like it doesn't. That's not
The
really
simpler
what
the
matters.
better.
It's the
an
execution.
RPG.
It's the execution of it that matters. You know. And you're right. Like, oh, he's like a peasant family, and his life gets turned upside down. It's like,
You want to have room to be able to play the RPG character how you want to play him, right?
yeah, there has to be an
No,
element
I might be
of
wrong.
like,
Maybe,
there has
maybe
to,
he has like a very specific story that's just you follow his story, right? Maybe there are no
Maybe.
like elements like that, but kind of doubt it.
yeah. I mean, if it's an RPG, there needs to be some kind of level of like a blank slate, to the character to begin with, so that you can, there has to be room in the book for you to write. Okay, let's scroll up to Rensis. So this is the Roman guy that Patho wants to fuck. Born in the Roman Empire under the name Caesar Brennus Laurentius, AD 131, to a noble family who owned massive latifundia, Francis was destined for greatness.
Caesar Brennus Laurentius.
Brennus Laurentius. He joined the rank of senators and quickly rose to the top of Roman officialdom with ambitions to become the next consul. He was on the right track to make it happen, if only it was not turned into a vampire. Womp womp. In a blink of an eye, he fell from the very top of the social ladder to its very bottom, but his hunger for power remained. Okay.
I think conceptually it's a fucking awesome idea. Like Roman vampire.
But he wasn't like
sick.
I think it's cool that he was like he wasn't like a soldier. He was more of he was a senator.
Yeah, he was a senator. Yeah,
he was a politician. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That means
Roman
he's good.
Politician, vampire. Like that's awesome.
Like
that's such a unique concept. That's so cool.
Because that means that you now have a an immortal vampire with like, you know, a background in diplomacy and stuff like that, which is not normal. Like usually you get like the stereotypical like aristocratic vampire, like you see in like the Masquerade, but not like this. This is different. That's cool. Bakir. Some men just want to see the world burn, and Bakir is one of them. As human, he spent decades galloping across the dry steppes of Central Asia, burning, trampling, and pillaging as he went. He thirsted for blood even before he was turned. I love how like no game or media has ever portrayed the conquering Mongolian Empire as the good guys. It's never happened in history. They're always the worst bad guys ever. For centuries, he hid in the shadows and resented it. Bakir likes being the center of attention. He wants people to know his name and tremble as they hear it. So he's just a berserker.
Again, cool. Very cool. Berserker vampire. Not super common.
They're saying in chat that like senators were usually soldiers. Yeah, but the whole point is that soldiers weren't usually senators. That's the unique aspect of it. Like, yeah, I understand that politicians were typically soldiers beforehand, but the unique thing is that most soldiers don't become senators, who then become vampires. That's what makes it unique. And then Ambrose, the other guy that Patha wants to fuck. It's only recently that Ambrose has been turned, and so he's got something to prove. And so he's like the newbie.
Yeah, and you see, he has like that like aristocratic, like kind of like vibe to him.
He looks more like the son of an aristocrat, or like a
right. Yeah. He looks like he's like a princely figure, right?
Yeah. Newly acquainted powers, there's nothing he'll shy away from. No red line he won't cross. His gleaming armor and perfectly coiffed hair make Ambrose look like a nobleman, but his origins couldn't be humbler. His life as a human was hard, full of pain and humiliations. Now he's more than ready to settle the score with the world and all who spurned him.
That's something I like as well, like showing someone who's not the same person post-vampirism, someone who's changed as a person, someone who's like, again, like taking advantage of it, who's just like, oh yeah, my life was ruined because I was a vampire and now I'm a vampire. Someone who's like, oh dude, I'm a vampire now, this is cool, and like it's still fresh for him, so he's still like enjoying the power trip, I guess. That's kind of like what I've been doing with Stella. Right, where she's like constantly kind of falling into this like, whoa, this power trip is really cool.
Power trip, yeah.
Right, and Tanner has to kind of temper her, right, like throughout the story. So it's cool to see that, right? Like I think these are all super unique, super like not unique, but like super cool like concepts for vampires. I absolutely adore them.
I think it's cool how it's like
a lot of these
they all come from different parts of the world.
From different. I love them.
Yeah, I love the fact that they've all find themselves here together, working together for whatever they're working towards, from completely different parts of the world, from completely different time periods. That's really interesting. So Xanthi is older. She seems right up your alley. Older than seems possible. She was a priestess once on a remote Greek island, the name of which she has since forgotten. She sounds like those fucked up witches that like gave blessings for war to like Leonidas and stuff. Her body bears the witness to the ravages of time, as does her mind, hearing voices from beyond the pale, muttering under her breath. At first glance, she might seem insane. The truth couldn't be more different. She understands the true nature of the world better than anyone, and deep down, she's terrified. So she's the one who's like she's like the I've seen some shit bro of the group.
Yeah. Which again, just really cool.
That's cool how
Really,
because
really cool.
she's clearly seems to be like, I mean, she basically has like blood bending powers, which kind of de facto makes her the most powerful of the bunch, yet she's the most terrified of her powers. Like she's the most reserved, I guess, potentially, which is interesting.
Yeah, like it's just again conceptually, it's just so fucking cool.
Mm-hmm. That's all of them, I think, right? Yeah, that's all of them. So, no, I'm totally into this. I really hope it finds success. It probably will, unless they get another one of the fucking fucked up community managers, I guess. But
I'm so fucking excited.
I'm ready.
Moisturized woman.
I'm ready for a new vampire. What do you want to call it? IP? Let's say an IP.
Yeah.
I'm ready
Speaking
for
of
one.
vampire IPs, by the way, I don't know if you ever played Vampire, but that game's like $7 right now.
Oh, you're talking about me buying it?
I mean, chat, you, whoever.
Yeah, chat. Like I already have it.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna play it together next month.
Vampire?
Is it Vampire? No. I'm thinking of the other one.
You're thinking of V-Rising.
I'm thinking of V Rising. Sorry.
No, I'm talking about Vampire, the single player RPG. I was like, what?
No, you're right. I have Vampire too, though.
Chat, Vampire, $7. But it's a good game. Good game.
Nice. All right. We're getting close to the hour, so I think we're gonna wrap it up here. I had a few more things, but they're not important. I can just basically list them off. EA stock drops 17% following Dragon Age Veilguard's disappointing sales.
Limo?
Which is funny. Helldivers 2 is getting a movie, and the director wants to kill as many A-list actors as possible. Mars Attack style, that's awesome. That's awesome.
That's cool. Yeah.
And then there's like the Ninja Gaiden Blitz, like Ninja Gaiden 2 Black remaster just got released just out of nowhere. I finished downloading it literally right before the stream started. And there was a trailer for Ninja Gaiden 4 that was released. So they're making a new Ninja Gaiden. They're making Ninja Gaiden 4, and they also have the classic new side scroller version of Ninja Gaiden coming out too later. So
there's they're just bringing it back. Just like, yep,
yeah, they're just yeah, exactly. They're just bringing it back, man. Good for them. Good for them. I will be playing Ninja Gaiden Black. I actually think I'm going to stream it next week. So I fucking love that game. I haven't played it in so long. I haven't played it since Sigma 2 came out. So I think I want to stream it next week. But
was usually pretty good at making these games still good. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I believe.
Remember Koei Tecmo? The last thing they did was Rise of the Ronin.
Yep.
Which was quirky and it had this kind of charming jank to it.
Yeah,
that was a lot of fun. So
it wasn't a bad game.
Yeah. So yeah, there's some good stuff. There's good stuff on the horizon. I feel like plenty of bad stuff, but there's some good stuff. All right. Well, why don't I guess I'll go first, and I'll let you you go, unless you got to go to the bathroom or something.
I do. I've been holding in a piss.
Okay, you go to the bathroom, and I will tell chat what I'm up to next week.
Yippee! I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So, like I said, I am going to be streaming Ninja Gaiden 2. I think I'm gonna drop Assassin's Creed Syndicate, just because I'm fucking bored of it. And I'm gonna play Ninja Gaiden 2. Also, next week is gonna start the regular video releases, which are gonna be clips from this show. So look forward to that. If you ever want to, check out just little bits and pieces and stuff like that of the show, that's perfect for that purpose. And it also allows my channel to release video content, because one of the other things I forgot about YouTube is that I'm live streaming exclusively on YouTube, yet it is primarily a video hosting platform. So I need to put videos up if I want to grow. So that's what's going to start happening next week as well. But yeah, other than Ninja Gaiden, I'm going to keep playing Yakuza 5 because I'm loving that playthrough. And then I'm going to keep up with Red Dead 2 on Fridays as well. But by the end of next week, I am going to have something figured out for some kind of a viewer's choice system setup. It'll probably be a little rough in the beginning, but there's only a way to iron it out, and that's to put the clothes on the line. So we're going to put the clothes on the line, get it out there, get it in the air, and then we'll tweak it as necessary as we go. Then, of course, we've got episode 18 of this show next Saturday, and we'll have plenty to go over then, as always, at that time. So that's my week. Snecko is back. What do you got? What do you got going next week?
Next week, dude, I'll be honest with you, I kind of need to like reschedule next week.
Oh.
But I am gonna start playing Code Vein.
Oh, nice. You're actually gonna play it?
I'm finally gonna play Code Vein with Jazz. We've been talking about it for like over a year.
Nice.
So we're finally gonna do that. I just need to schedule it. Oh, it reminds me, I need to send my fucking like design, my Code Vein design.
Oh.
The fucking thumbnailers. But yeah, we're doing that. Probably gonna see more Conan with Paytho. A lot more Witcher. We didn't do any of it this week, which didn't. And obviously working at the castle. I still owe you guys 2 more. Though starting next week.
Oh yeah.
For Saturdays, we're gonna be funding Cards Against Humanity as the new weekly goal.
How is that going to happen? Because that's a multiplayer game, obviously.
Same way we do the King of the Castle, except.
Are you just going to bring in the chat? Okay, cool.
Yeah, just like I'll read everything, right? And you know,
gotcha.
Join me. We'll read everything. Like, yeah. Otherwise, sing it real loud, real quick. But yeah, that's what we'll do.
Nice. Cards Against Humanity is always like a good fallback. I'm actually surprised it doesn't get streamed more often by people. I guess they don't want to get banned. They want to stay in good graces with the censors.
Yeah. One of them dangerous games to play. But yeah, I need to go through all of my fucking shit again and make sure that everything's scheduled properly. Tomorrow's also a D&D work day, so I won't be able to do it all day except, D&D on Monday. So I need to yeah, D&D Monday. So I gotta finish stuff tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how I end up scheduling things.
NBA says it's for some people it gets real old real fast. If you're playing it every day, yeah. I think it's fine for once a week for a couple hours. I don't think that's an issue.
I'm also thinking to have an ever-growing deck. I'm gonna see if I can get one of the mods to basically just manage a deck and just add community jokes to it, and maybe have a section in the Discord for people to give white and black card ideas for it.
That's a good idea, actually. We can have a collective deck.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. There's there's a ton of those are VTuber decks that you can add now. So
I don't know most people.
All right. Well, thanks for coming around, chat. It's always appreciated. Always fun to hang out with you all and go over this silly news on a weekly basis with you. Thanks for always coming back here. It's always much appreciated. Please leave a like on the stream if you can. Throw a comment in there into the VOD. Every little bit helps this tiny little channel of mine. Especially since I'm now actually trying to ramp it up and actually try to be a big boy streamer for the first time in a year. So every little bit helps. That's appreciated as we march ever forward. So all right, well with that, I will let you go, Rosa. Gotta get you paid. And I will see you all on the next one. Take care, chat.
Later, chat. Don't forget to go fuck yourselves.
The watch is yours. Take care.